Okay, the January 15th, 2026 meeting of the Corvallis School Board is called to order at 6:30 p.m. To support the health and safety of all community members, particularly those who are immunocompromised and their families, the board continues to offer a virtual participation option for board members and district staff. Public comment is available at select meetings, both in person and virtually. Details on how to provide public comment are available on the Corvallis School District website. Tonight's agenda, board packet, and a link to the district's YouTube channel can be found on the school board's page of the website. All public meetings are live streamed on YouTube and recordings are typically posted the following day. Tonight we have all board members in attendance. And I needed to state something really quick for the board. I would like to note a clerical error on agenda item 9, resolution number 26-0102, rights of undocumented students. While the title currently includes the phrase first read, the item is intended to be an action item as correctly noted in the board packet cover letter. If there is no objection for the board, I would like to strike first read from the title of this item for the official record and the minutes. Is that okay with everyone?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. Can you do that, Kim? All right, thanks. All right, the first item on the agenda is board member reports. Do any board members have a report? Judah?
I had the opportunity to meet with the Safe Club at Lincoln Elementary School just yesterday. It was a really incredible experience, and I really appreciated hearing from all of the students and hearing directly from them. They're an incredibly passionate group doing really important work, and I am so grateful for the invitation and the welcome from that school, and I look forward to future meetings. And I had promised some follow-up to the students that I spoke with, and I intend to do that.
I attended the Mountain View Elementary School's art night last night, art and ice cream night, and it was very impressive, the artwork that the kids did, and that it was a partnership with CV also was amazing, and seeing all the high school kids there too. Great creative kids.
Well, I wanted to thank Mountain View for the invitation. I wasn't able to make it last night. I had already accepted an invitation to attend the combined band concert at CVHS, so I wanted to give a shout out to some incredible band students at CV across 3 different bands, concert band, symphonic band, and the wind ensemble, all directed by Sarah Perkins, as well as they had middle schools come as well, who got to play, as well as then play with the high school bands from Sheltland with Curtis Peterson as the director, and then also from Ashbrook came and played as well, so that students who are feeding in to Crescent Valley got to play along with the high school band. So that was really, really fun to see, and I'm sorry to miss the Mountain View event. And then a couple of things from before the holidays that I don't think we've had a chance to have updates. Just wanted to give a shout out to students across both high schools for A Christmas Story, including one of our very own student reps who was in A Christmas Story, which was really wonderful. And appreciate the Bridges staff inviting us to the celebration at Bridges before the holidays, which was wonderful to see how the program is growing, and deep family engagement, connection with students that are being built. And I also wanted to thank the Bridges students and staff for bringing us the Things a Brewin' publication every month. So over this last fall, whenever we've stepped into a school board meeting, usually at the beginning or mid-month, one of these has been waiting for us each month, and it's been really wonderful to see student artwork, stories. In the fall, there was a 3-part story, and every month I was waiting for the next part of that story to come out. I have recipes I've been adding to my list of things that I'd like to make. Sometimes there are events coming up. There's just a lot of different things coming out in this, and I wanted to thank the students and the staff at Bridges for sharing your incredible talents and creativity with us. And then just a quick mention that I had a chance to be at the innovation team meeting this week as well, and it's been very, I think, brings a lot of inspiration and hopefulness to the upcoming year ahead, to see the incredible dedication and creativity that staff are putting into really thinking about this next year and longer term, what educational experiences are going to look like and grow into. And continue to sustain, as well as to expand and it be enhanced in new ways. So I'm looking forward to that information being shared out in the coming months with the public as well as it gets finalized.
Go ahead, Chris.
I wanted to mention how much I enjoyed listening to the elementary principals share their plans and their celebrations right before the holidays. What a dedicated team of principals we have, all really looking at best practices, really working on increasing, improving student belonging, plus the academics, the social emotional goals, really working on community building. It was just really exciting to be in there and to listen to them and celebrate with them. Also, I got to spend quite a bit of time at Bessie Coleman, and what a great team of leaders. Their principal just really embraces the leadership in that school, and their MTSS person, their dean of students, their special ed person, and their office, they just work so well together to just take care of everything that needs to be done. And it was just really a joy to be part of that. And then the Bridges Holiday Feast, I just also wanted to mention that because it was just really exciting to see kids that were so proud of the food they made and the artwork and having their families being there. It was just, and the staff just being so dedicated and being present. And then I just left. What I just brought so much joy was watching the middle school unified basketball. Many of us were there, and basketball game at the middle school. And that was just so exciting to see the kids, celebrating themselves, working together at this basketball game. But I'll tell you the other thing that was just so amazing was watching their classmates be part of it, like helping them through the basketball game. They had a big cheering squad. It was just really, I would encourage everybody to go see any of the unified games. They were just really fun to watch. Thanks.
Chair, I've had a few meetings and conversations as a school board member. Most recently, I co-hosted Community Corner at the Corvallis Library that is hosted by the city of Corvallis, and they invited us school board members. And Councilor Napak was there. I had a really great conversation with her. Fortunately, we talked with each other actually about issues of mutual interest. And fortunately as well, we did not get time to talk about these things until after 2 hours, because the full 2 hours were busy with questions, discussions, ideas from community members that ranged the gamuts between issues that may not relate to either jurisdiction, but we were able to really refer to what jurisdiction can talk about it, or answer some insights about what we know, or refer people to resources. Or answer questions related to the jurisdiction. As it relates to the Corvallis School District, there were community members having questions or confusions about some issues. Unfortunately, they did not leave their information, so I will honor them by having some notes here. One of the points was test scores and how they are perceived differently if the test score is, or the metric comes in from a national guidance or national metric that assesses Oregon as a full state and not Corvallis School District, versus the state of Oregon assess Corvallis School District, versus some instruments that we use that assesses the students themselves, and how these three things are different. And we can't really measure Corvallis with a national standard that only measures Oregon as a full state with a random sample of schools. So that was one topic. There was other topics that's really outside the jurisdiction of the school district, which is why do we have different types of diplomas, modified diplomas? These are things coming from the state. Also, I had a conversation with newly elected Council President Kadena. Mainly the conversation was centered around transportation and traffic around the Mountain View, and I understand Council President Kadena will be speaking with our staff and other stakeholders, and it's a very complex conversation with many stakeholders there. I want to acknowledge the mention of Bridges program. I'm always grateful for this program providing an opportunity for our students. Meetings with community members are happening more often now. The grocery store, restaurants, and really they share appreciation. Union members sharing their appreciation for the work the district does and what district leadership. Just want to echo that. I think that's, one last thing I want to just share. My colleagues mentioned the music concert yesterday, which was around 6:30, and I believe you saw Ryan, and also Mountain View Arts and Ice Cream. I remember it as Ice Cream and Arts, and also we saw Ryan, and there was some other people who were at the wrestling, and also they saw Ryan. So just want to acknowledge how Ryan is out and about when there was like maybe 5 different events and he tries his best to attend all of them. Just want to acknowledge that. Speaking of the arts and ice cream, I had the privilege and honor to volunteer to sprinkle sprinkles and put whipped cream to help with the line that was very long for kids waiting for the ice cream. It was really, really great time. And on the substance of arts, seeing those 3D and 2D of the same thing. It was super cool. I saw it once at Corvallis High School for a sample of students from Lincoln and Corvallis High School. Now it's the entire school of Mountain View. And just want to say, as an educator and a former student of Calculus 3, I couldn't really learn it very well because I can't really go back and forth between 2D and 3D. And I can see those students are set up for success in so many different arenas, both arts and mathematics and skill sets, because of this very neat idea of creating monsters or creatures or figures from 2D, and they create it as 3D. I'm not sure which one is it, 3D to 2D or 2D to 3D, but it's pretty neat. And they asked the audience, like everybody's coming in, try to match it.
Did you have something? We do need to move on soon, but Therese has, I also have a report, but we'll save time in the next agenda item, I believe.
I'm sure that we will, and I won't repeat any of those things. I just want to say A Christmas Story. Wow, that was really fantastic. It was a great way to kick off the holiday season. I won't repeat anything else that's already been said except that A Christmas Story was great.
I think it is good during your report to mention what you attended, though, if you attended something that way.
I know,
It's fine.
I went to A Christmas Story. I'm just kidding. Okay. I have had an opportunity in the last, since the holiday, to have some community meetings with folks who have reached out, which are always enjoyable. And it's great to hear the questions and the things that folks in the community are thinking about. So please keep those invitations coming. I was not able to go to the ice cream and art night because I had to work a work commitment, but I did get to hear a little bit about that from family I know that attends there, and it sounds like really amazing things are happening, but I was bummed that I missed it myself. Other things, I'm going to be attending the Garfield PTA meeting, and appreciated their invitation to come and hear. They're going to be having folks talking about school food, and so they reached out and wanted to ask a few things that I could prepare to come and talk about, so I'll be doing that. And the district was fantastic and provided answers to the questions that were sent to me ahead of time. Always appreciate the district staff's time and willingness to do that. All right, thanks.
Thanks, Therese. And I also attended the Bridges event last month. The food that they made and all the things they had out was really awesome. Appreciated the invite on that. I also attended the Indian Education Parent Committee meeting as the board rep to that group, and I'm really excited to hear about the programs that will be happening this year through that. Just brought some native science books to donate for that cause, so I'm excited to see those go to good use. And I attended the innovation team meeting. As Shauna mentioned, it's really awesome to see the work that's happening there, and that the staff and the teachers are doing, thinking and imagining and creating, and I'm excited for what's ahead. And then also went to the Mountain View, I don't know if it was art and ice cream or ice cream and art, but it was really fun, and I spent a lot of time matching. I think I matched almost all of the art. I spent so much time at all the tables, I almost didn't make it to the other ones. But it was really cool to see the partnership and how similar the high school students interpreted the elementary students' art. And so I just wanted to highlight that. That was really cool. And that being said, if PTAs, PTOs, or schools would like board members to attend things, just a friendly reminder, you need to invite us. We can't just show up. So, and we'll do our best to attend, as you've heard from a lot of folk. Next item on the agenda is the OSBA and NSBA updates. I have no updates from OSBA, so I will hand it over to.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be very brief about the National School Board Association. There are a few calls for action that I'll be happy to share, and I don't know if, Kim, we can add it to the packet. That would be great. So I'll mention them, and you can refer to them afterwards, and community members can refer to the same information. NSBA provided 6 very detailed emails that we can share with our members of Congress and senators about contemporary issues that we can make a difference in terms of funding for education. Number 1, fully fund and modernize the Individualized with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA. We're severely underfunded in that arena. Expanding, strengthening, and retaining the educator workforce. It is absolutely critical for us to have investments in educator workforce. Strengthening investments in ESEA Title I and Career and Technical Education, CTE. Number 4, promoting digital access, digital literacy, and cybersecurity. Number 5, prioritizing students' health, wellness, safety. Number 6, opposing schools' vouchers in all of their forms. So NSBA, because of the diversity of school boards across the nation, they say choose whatever works for your district. In my humble opinion, all 6 relates to our district and our students. So I encourage you to consider them. It's a very easy process to click on each link and be able to send it to our two senators and 1 congresswoman. And it will really help to show that community members, elected officials support it. And for community members, feel free to click on it. And I believe you can edit it as a school board member. You can say as a community member or parent. It really makes a huge difference. And on the school vouchers, unfortunately, there is some really concerning news. House Bill 1, known as Big Beautiful Bill, have enacted federal school choice tax credit, which means folks, businesses may receive tax credit if they donate to a school. So it's like a backdoor for school vouchers, even if the state does not allow vouchers, just like Oregon. Now, one thing NSBA have done is they sent a note to the Treasury Department about federal school choice tax credit to say, well, we would like you to allow at least the states to define who's eligible to receive those. So, for example, and I'm just throwing an idea, not endorsing it, but if that's going to be the law, and it is now the law for the foreseeable future, then would we rather those tax credits go to a private school and take away money from public schools, or would we rather limit those tax credits for public school foundations? Or for public school charters. So that's a possible idea to really limit how those tax credits work to improve public education instead of destruct and disrupt public education. That's ongoing conversation. It's not resolved yet, and really the discussion is ongoing, and I invite you to really share your ideas about it. There are some other issues. To save time, I will refer you to them, but they're related to how to advocate with Washington, D.C., and also in Washington, D.C., and also there's an artificial intelligence certification pilot program that helps board members and educators or even community members to take a course that's grounded on how policy and how policy can inform AI in the operations or educational instruction given the evolvement of AI, and that's being introduced by NSBA in partnership with the National AI Academy. There is a link as well to inquire more information about it. Happy to answer any questions.
We don't have time for questions. Sorry.
Sorry.
Sammy. I just want to make sure we get to stay on track. But thank you for the report. It's important to know what's going on, how the national impacts ours, but you can follow up with Sammy if you have questions on that. Ryan,
All right.
next item is superintendent's report.
Sounds good. So a few things I want to highlight. The first one is that this is the month that we recognize the work of our school boards. January is that month. We will be recognizing you a little bit more next Thursday night. We usually find a way to bring our student work to you, so we'll have a chance to do that next Thursday night when we meet together. But tonight's just an opportunity to thank you for the work that you do as volunteers and the number of hours you put into the work, and the care and thoughtfulness that you give, and making the decisions that you make on behalf of our community. So thank you for the work that you do on behalf of the superintendent and the school district. And again, we'll be able to celebrate you a little bit more next Thursday night. Next Thursday night is our district school scorecards. So like we did with our high schools, middle schools, and elementary schools, this year you'll have a chance to hear about the goals from our departments. And so rather than do that at Linus Pauling, those will happen here because there's fewer departments than schools. So we're going to be able to rotate in this space. So don't head to Linus Pauling. Please come here for those that opportunity to meet and have conversations with our department leaders. Also on Tuesday, January 27th, is the Hands Across Corvallis, which is a way that the foundation fundraises, but also highlights their programming that they provide. We're working to schedule a time for foundation board members to come and meet with you. Typically, we do that twice a year. This year, we weren't able to fit it in the fall, so they'll be coming potentially in March for a joint board meeting. But again, keeping in mind that the foundation supports academics, they focus on learning enrichment opportunities and also educational access. And when at the Hands Across Corvallis this year, I'll be able to share remarks with Sarah Devine, who, as you all know, has done incredible work in our community organizing the efforts to take care of families. Also recently, we received recognition for AP Honor Roll. So advanced placement, we've received that over the years. This year, there were 3 criteria. One was over 50% of graduating class students take an AP exam at some point. For us, it was about 60% of students took an AP exam in that graduating class. And also, criteria of 30% of our graduates score a 3 or higher on an AP exam in high school. Again, for us, that's about 50%. And then also a smaller percentage of students who took a AP exam, scored a 5, and took a AP exam in their freshman or sophomore year. But again, we met that criteria. So again, lots of kids taking advanced courses that allow them opportunities moving forward. And then I have a few slides to share. And I think I'll do this every month as we talk about school consolidation, just to provide updates. That was some of the feedback I received from you all last time that I did that. So a few slides to share. Go ahead, Kim. So staffing. Again, we've sent out a request to staff for them to complete a preference form for next school year, and staff have those now and still have a little bit of time to turn those in. Our HR department has been going out and talking to staffs and answering questions for them as they've gone through that process. We're in the process right now of distributing the FTE, the positions for buildings, so meeting with principals and talking about the amount of staffing that they're going to have, not necessarily the individual people, because we're still working through that. And our outgoing principals are collaborating with the principals that are incoming for the 26-27 school year. Right now, they're focusing on budget, and then next month they'll be focusing on staffing. So that is one area that we're working on currently. In terms of programming, we've sent out a survey to our staff to give us feedback on some potential ideas for 26-27, some of it coming from the innovation team and others coming from other avenues. Also, we're working to finalize bell schedules and mock schedules, so the daily schedules, and working still to develop the elective options, athletics and after-school activities, and profile of the graduate, and those are all well underway. In the area of facilities and transportation, our facilities and technology departments are doing walkthroughs for inventory. Some of that happened over winter break. and then also working on transportation routing with the plan to have the first round of that done in the end of March. But we also know that as we have more students enroll and make requests in terms of transportation, those things continue to be modified through the summer. In terms of student transitions, we are going to start formal transition processes in April, but those will include transition meetings with staff members, open houses for families in the community to visit our schools, coordinating school visits and student meet and greets, and teams are compiling important information so that they're able to share with the future school regarding services that students need to be successful. And so we have folks that are working right now to collate all that information so it's easily and accessible for new schools. In terms of our transfer process, we know that we have the boundary tool locator up now, so folks can look at current year and next year in terms of boundaries. The early resident transfer window, we've extended that, so still starts on February 9th, but we're going to leave that open till February 27th as we have more information to share about what our curricular aspects will look like for the upcoming year. And then we'll also continue with that standard resident transfer window of March 23rd through April 5th. So that information has been communicated except for the extension. And then school transitions, this is the last piece. And we're looking at the transition committees for Letitia Carson, Sheldon, and Linus Pauling, so legacy projects and memorabilia. And then other schools transitioning to K-6 or K-8 are going to begin planning logistics. So those are some of the actions that have taken place over the last month as we continue to move forward in preparing to successfully welcome kids in the fall of 2026.
Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate the consolidation update as well. We don't really have a lot of time for questions unless there's something that was really... You had one, Shawna? Okay.
I was just going to ask a really quick clarification question. So Ryan, on your early resident transfer window, February 9th through 27th, so that really is for families specifically impacted by consolidation first? Or that's the window that will be?
No, that window is for, yeah, sure. That window is open to everybody. And the reason is we're trying to see where families are choosing to go so that we can start planning for staffing. But tonight in your board packet is the resident transfer AR, and we're adding language that gives priority when there are more applications to a school than space available, giving priority first to schools that have students from schools that have closed that won't be open the next year.
Great. I know that's coming later, so I just wanted to clarify that one piece. And then the second piece on that being that you mentioned the extension, because the hope is that before that window closes, information on schedules will be made public so that families have time to see that.
Yeah, that exactly. We wanted to extend that so folks have the bigger picture and more information to be able to make informed decisions.
I did see that we have 5 Title I schools now instead of 4 too. That kind of stood out to me. I didn't.
Yeah, as I was going quickly, as I was watching the clock, that will change for us for next year. So we will have additional schools that qualify. Catherine Jones Harrison, we anticipate will also qualify for Title I services.
All right, thank you. Okay. Next on the agenda is public comment. I believe we have, how many cards do we have? 8, okay. Oh, I have to read the thing, sorry. I was doing math and at the same time I was seeing if we had enough, if I was gonna have to extend the time. My bad. Okay, we'll now open the public comment period. We value the lived experiences of students, families, staff, and the community and welcome public comment as an essential part of the district and board's work. The complete guidelines for public comment are available at the registration table, outside the boardroom entrance, and on the board's website. I will now share some important points. When it is your turn to speak, please come forward and take a seat and direct your comments to the board and make sure the little mic light is on red. Speakers may offer objective criticism of district operations and programs, but the board will not hear complaints concerning individual district personnel. As a reminder, you will have 3 minutes to make your comments. And there's the lights on the table There's green when your time starts. It turns yellow when you have 30 seconds, and red means your time is up. And when that red light comes on, I will have to ask you to stop talking. And following your comments, the board will have 3 minutes to ask clarifying questions, but are not able to engage in conversation. As I say at all of our meetings, this is a hard part for board members because we like to talk with community members, but we cannot engage in a conversation with you at this time. We can ask you questions and as follow-up, and that's it. If board members would like to revisit a topic or issue brought up during public comment, they may do so at the appropriate time in the agenda. Before you start your comments, please state your name for the record and state whether you reside within the school district boundary. Okay, now we are ready.
My name is Keith Rivera. I live in the Letitia Carson district. In 2000, there were 7,300 kids in Corvallis School District, 8,000 in Albany School District, difference of 10%. Total combined of 15,000 kids. In 2001, the dual immersion program started. In 2025, there's 6,000 kids in the Corvallis School District, 9,300 in the Albany School District. A 50% difference for a combined of 15,000 kids. I think you guys stated that the reason for the decline in the population for Corvallis is birthing rate, which I disagree with. I think it's a logistical problem with the dual immersion program. I found out the average medium home price in each school zone in Corvallis. Garfield and Lincoln were the two most affordable housing Corvallis standards in Corvallis, meaning people moving to Corvallis that cannot attend the dual immersion program have to go elsewhere, have their kids bust out, which I think is deterring people from moving to Corvallis because the cheaper housing is not available for their schools. The third most affordable housing in Corvallis was Letitia Carson, which you guys just closed down, which is causing more issues. There's no apartments by Kathleen Jones, Mountain View, for people to even adjust to build and move there. The two most expensive housing is Kathleen Jones and Betsy Coleman, which you're moving 2/3 of those kids to. So you just have, a huge, I think, just logistical problem, and it's going to continue to go this way because from Walnut all the way down to in Southtown, nobody could move here and have their kids go to their neighborhood school. So I think this can continue to decline. And my biggest worry is now once it gets down to the high schools, you're going to have to close down a high school. There's going to be less sports. And I think especially for this next generation, sports will be, I think, is very important. So when the next high school closes, I hope you guys can get more sports teams, whatever the sports might be, or even have like a JV 1 and 2, just to keep the kids playing sports. That's about it. Sorry. It was better in my head for a while ago, but anyhow.
It's okay. Thank you, Keith. Is there any questions from the board? Sammy?
The first one is really easy, yes or no. Would you be willing maybe to articulate more through an email so you can, if you have more ideas or you get the more thoughts about what you wanted to share, you can email the board? Would you do that?
Yeah, I could do that.
Thank you. Keith, do you disagree with the fact that birth rates are declining or?
No.
Okay.
I do think they're declining, but I don't think that's the main issue.
Okay. I come with the question with very good intention. Do you think a DLI program invite children and family who would like to be dual language speakers to come to Corvallis?
What was that?
Would the DLI program be inviting?
Is that dual immersion program?
Yes.
Okay. So can you repeat your question then?
Do you think those programs invites families to come to Corvallis if those families would like their children to be bilingual?
I do not, because they would have to plan to be here before the first grade, because they have to be kindergarten and first grade, which I think is how it works. After that, then they're not allowed to go there unless they are proficient in it. Don't get me wrong, I think foreign language is very important, and I think the U.S. has failed America on the foreign language, and I think it needs to start in elementary school. So I'm not saying it's a bad overall program, I'm saying it's a logistical problem.
Follow-up question. Corvallis population, for anybody who's not white, is less than 20%. I think the Latino population in the nation is much more than 20%. Do you believe that the LI program could help us be up to par with better, diverse representation in Corvallis similar to this country?
I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't thought about it, I guess.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Keith, for your time.
Thank you.
Hey, there we go. Actually, you probably get a stereo. All right. Good evening, board, Superintendent Noss, and district staff. My name is Michael Eller, and I'm a parent here in the Corvallis School District. Last week, Mountain View families were informed of the results of water quality testing conducted in December at the school. 8 classroom drinking faucets were tested and were found to be above the EPA action level of 15 parts per billion for lead, levels that the EPA states are unsafe for consumption. The district has stated that these fixtures have been taken out of service until they're remediated and retested. However, lead was also detected in all remaining classroom drinking fountains, with levels just below the action level threshold. There is no safe level of lead exposure, particularly for children. Because children absorb lead more easily during development, even low-level, long-term exposure can result in serious health impacts, including developmental delays, damage to the brain, kidneys, immune system, and to the reproductive organs. Mountain View School is 72 years old. It's been around a long time. And given common building practices of the 1950s, it is very likely that the plumbing system consists of galvanized and copper piping, and these are known sources of lead in our drinking water. The 2018 bond that I've seen does not appear to have addressed replacement of existing water piping or fixtures. Water testing currently occurs every 3 years here, yet lead levels appear to have increased significantly since the last test in November 2023. In 2 years, the lead levels quadrupled from 8 parts per billion to 32, and double of what the EPA action levels are now. This raises an important question. How much lead have the 220 plus students and 40 plus staff members been exposed to in the last 2 years? As the district is looking to add over 120 additional students to Mountain View next year, I ask what immediate safety measures will be implemented to reduce lead exposure. Testing every 3 years is clearly insufficient if lead levels can rise this quick from a single-digit reading to over 30 parts per billion in just 2 years. Will there be a morning flushing of the system before students and staff fill their water bottles every day? What safety protocols can be started tomorrow morning to keep the students safe? I'm asking the board to work with the district to identify the source of the lead, develop a clear mitigation plan, and to establish a timeline for corrective action. This information should be communicated transparently, both to current families and staff, as well as to prospective families and employees being asked or assigned to join Mountain View as part of the consolidation. Given the serious health risks associated with lead exposure, this issue must be prioritized before students are relocated and new programs are built around this facility. I urge you to take action now and to ensure our schools are both safe and healthy learning environments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, go ahead, Sammy.
Could you reiterate the source of the measurements you mentioned?
Yeah, you bet. It was in the Aptum. They were actually I just handed it to Kim. I have the reference there at the top, but it's from Apex Laboratories, excuse me. And they performed the test on December 16th, and results were made available to families on January 6th.
So it's a school district contractor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And it's publicly available?
Yeah, it was made available to all families, and so families within the school district or within the school shared it with me.
Thank you.
So,
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thanks. Thank you, Michael, for your
Thank
time.
Hello, my name is Betania or Bethany Canfield, and I am a school counselor in the Corvallis School District at Lincoln Elementary School. I want to thank the school board and Superintendent Ryan Noss for enduring at this time of complexity. Thank you for your hard work. I deeply care about the impact of the consolidation, closures, and budget cuts impacting our Corvallis community. This has affected my coworkers as well as students in our community. I personally do not know if I have a job next year. This has been a difficult time. At the same time, I believe that we need to keep things in perspective. In addition to our community members that are affected by the consolidation, our Corvallis community also includes students, family, and staff that are enduring a current crisis of daily fear and uncertainty due to targeted ICE abductions and deportations, not only nationally, but in Corvallis as well. Our community also includes families that are having essential resources taken away. We have students who live with the fear of their parents being deported or not knowing when their next meal will be. For these students to be concerned about going to a different school would feel like a luxury at this time. That is not to minimize anything. That is the reality, and I believe we need to consider our entire community as we move forward. In consideration of all our community members, I came here to say that I am adamantly opposed to signing anything related to recall any of our school board members. Removing the board at this time would cause the vulnerable to be more vulnerable. It would cause the delay of funding for critical programs that impact our most marginalized community members, and it is not allowing our district leadership the time and capacity to place equitable attention on issues that are impacting our community here in Corvallis. I would like to ask our community to be thoughtful rather than reactionary in how we move forward at this time. I want to ask us to consider all of us and not just ourselves or the people we know and love, but our whole community. School board and Superintendent Ryan Noss, and also you. Thank you so much for your time and presence. Thank you for your long hours and for enduring.
Thank you. Any questions? Judah?
Yes, thank you so much for your time. Have you had the opportunity to read resolution number 260102, rights of undocumented students, that's on tonight?
Yeah, I did.
And is there anything missing from that declaration?
This I was gonna do this before that came out. So I mean I can talk later, but I didn't look at it with that in mind, I guess, yeah.
Okay. I would love to talk later.
Okay.
I was just there.
Other questions? Thank you, Betania, for your time.
Do I leave it on?
Good evening. I first wanted to express gratitude for the resolution that you are working on tonight. Students, staff, and families should not have to live in fear of going to school or getting home from school. Today I'm speaking on something a little different. First of all, my name is Alex Goff. I reside in the district. When this board was deliberating on consolidation, I remember an elementary student was giving public comment, and when asked what his favorite part of school was, he answered literacy. And I remember seeing the superintendent and some board members smile, and I felt the same because it reflected the hard work that this district has done to move reading instruction towards evidence-based processes. I'm here today because I don't believe we're mirroring that success in math. As someone hoping to work in education policy, I've used my time at university to conduct research, and I've collaborated with faculty, a mathematician, Dr. Anna Stocky, and the former Minister of Education for Portugal, Nuno Credo. I published a working paper, which you all have and is accessible online, which analyzes the 10 years of CSD Math OSAS results. I conducted data-driven analysis of 10 years of these results, disaggregated by subgroup, and compared with our 9 comparator districts. I'll highlight some of what I find concerning. When you break down by level scored out of 4, Corvallis students scored a 1, which can be classified as poor, increased from 18 to 35%. Proficiency has declined sharply among vulnerable student groups. Black students by 34%, Hispanic and Latino students by 28.4%, and economically disadvantaged students by 29.7%. And most of those declines were pre-COVID, as you can see in the study. And finally, in 8th grade math, the share of students scoring at level 1 has risen from 13 to 40%, and for ELA from 5.7% to 22.7%. Compared to our 9 comparator districts, Corvallis shows among the largest declines in math performance. As the district redesigns its instructional model, this is the perfect and most ideal moment to reassess how we educate in math. That could include reviewing the effectiveness of current elementary curriculum, reinstating advanced math pathways and offerings in the new junior high. It's the perfect opportunity to do so, and ensuring that 5th grade students, now banded with 6, have access to acceleration opportunities. There's a deep expertise among district staff and in the community, and of course a shared desire to have Corvallis be leading the state in math outcomes like we used to. I would welcome the opportunity to discuss these ideas further. I already have with some of you. Thank you for that, and I'd also love to learn from those doing the work. Thanks.
Judah?
Thank you, Alex. I know a lot of folks are going to be interested in this. How can the community access this material?
It's currently published through the Journal of Open Science. If you go on that website, go to publications, you can search Alex Goff or Corvallis Math, and it should come up.
Do you mind if I spell your last name so
Yep.
people, it's Gough, so they can find it. And I do have a question on the last page. You're talking about the introduction of the Bridges curriculum. Just to clarify, that's not the Bridges school, that is the Bridges curriculum.
Bridges into Mathematics, which is our current K-5 math curriculum.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Sammy.
Thank you, Alex, for your efforts. Very admirable to see this work. Freshman?
Yes.
Very admirable. You're sharing some data here, and I would love to see the validity of it, but if it stands true, the detracking results, this is the outcome of tracked math. So are you making the case that tracked math does not work because the detracked math still did not materialize at the high school?
Yeah, I can answer that. So first of all, tracking math started in 2013-14, and it was dependent on schools, and then it was standardized for all elementary, and then in 2021 it went to middle. So it's kind of hard to assess the middle school result because it happened during COVID. I run what are called t-tests to identify the statistical probability that something impacted something else. Again, for the implementation of Bridges curriculum across all schools, I don't remember what page that's on, but if they're under 0.05, it's statistically improbable that anything else contributed to that or that it didn't have a factor. And what I would assure you is that I believe that the decline, as you can see, is because of curriculum in the K-5. It's hard to assess detract math, and so I have grace with the district on that as we're moving forward. But more of my worries in this are towards curriculum we use in K-5, which are not founded in the science of math education.
So unless I have a colleague with another question.
I have a question.
Please.
Do you know that the teachers are the ones who help select the curriculum out of sets? That was one of my questions.
Yeah, I understand that. I still think the curriculum is wrong, and I think that we're being consulted by groups that we shouldn't be paying for on those.
Okay. And my other question, because I can't read this all right now.
Mm-hmm.
Would you mind? Could we chat later?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll reach out to you.
All right. We only have 7 seconds, so thank you, Alex, for your time.
Thank you.
I'm good to go. Hi, my name is Jerry Kasanovic. I've lived in the district since 1997. And I want to talk about your consolidation plan, specifically retaining the name of Linus Pauling. I want to thank you, members of the board, and Superintendent Noss and Assistant Superintendent Harder, for working tonight and your volunteer hours, except you guys are paid. I understand that. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. As the district prepares to transition from a middle school to a junior high, I want to urge the board to retain the name of Linus Pauling, which is a name dedicated to the new building in 2004. Keeping the building named after Linus Pauling is about identity, consistency, and the message we send to every young person who walks through the doors. I understand the district school buildings named after historical figures such as Woodrow Wilson, Herbert Hoover, and Thomas Jefferson were renamed not because these men were unimportant, but because the board re-examined how their legacy aligned with modern values. And those are the values we want for our students. This is not the same with Linus Pauling. He is widely regarded as one of the most ethically consistent scientists of the 20th century. He legitimately won a Nobel Prize of Peace. Linus Pauling is not only the most celebrated scientist Oregon has ever produced, he's one of the most celebrated scientists the world has ever known. He remains the only person in history to have received 2 unshared Nobel Prizes, one for chemistry and one for peace. His life stands at the crossroads of scientific brilliance and moral courage. This is precisely the kind of role model we want for students as they learn who they are and who they might become. I've been a junior high teacher, I've been a middle school principal and a K-8 principal, and I know that this age group has at a vital developmental stage. Students start asking big questions, exploring their interests, and testing their skills. When we keep the name of the school after Linus Pauling, we tell our students curiosity matters, science matters, and integrity matters. And we tell them you can change the world. Your ideas are good. As a former school administrator, I can see many ways to foster leadership that promotes these kind of values in the school. Renaming the middle school to Corvallis Junior High severs an important connection to a notable Oregonian who embodied creativity, persistence, and global citizenship. It also diminishes a strong, well-earned identity. In this community and on the campus of Oregon State University, the name Linus Pauling has become a symbol of academic rigor, innovation, and excellence. Families, teachers, alumni, and community partners acknowledge this, and the community matters, especially as we navigate major changes in the school cultures.
Jerry, I'm sorry, your time is up. I'm going to have to ask you to conclude.
All right, I'm going to conclude here by saying...
oh, no, I need you to... Your time is up. We have to see if there's time for questions from the board. I do this every meeting. Go ahead, Chris.
Jerry, is there a conclusion you want to add at the end? We can do it this way.
Yeah, I just say... I urge you to support this inspiring storyline and keep the name. It's the name we put on the school in 2004, not out of nostalgia, but it represents the hopes we hold to our students, our future. Students can name a new mascot. They will undoubtedly foster a new shared culture, but let them succeed in Linus Pauling Junior High School. And I just want to tell you, too, I researched his ethics because I know that that's going to be important, the values that you hold here as a board and as a school district. And you're not going to find any chink in this guy's armor. You're going to find people that maybe have criticized him about decisions to be made, but he has been an ethical guy. And so Linus Pauling is the only school in the nation. Linus Pauling, that building is the only building in the nation, K through 12, named after Linus Pauling. There's Linus Pauling at Oregon State, but not in the nation. Keep this guy's name. And just as an aside, thank you for the extension. I was part of the proposal back when we had this bond measure renaming the former school that was in that site, Highland View. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
With the research, did you see his eugenics practices on people with disabilities and people with sickle cell anemia, which is primarily people of African American descent or Black descent.
Associated with Linus Pauly?
Yes.
No, I saw that associated with other people.
Interesting. Okay.
Was
Thank
he
you.
a proponent of the eugenics movement?
We can't have a conversation. I have to only ask you. I'm sorry, it's a one-directional conversation. It's the way that
Well, you're making a claim that I didn't see then. I mean, he had a conversation with the other guy. I don't know why I can't have a conversation with you. You can break rules some of the time, but not all the time, I guess. Anything else?
No, your time's up. Thank you for your time.
Time's up. All right, thanks for your time.
Cheryl Conrad?
I saw her step into the hall.
Cheryl. As Cheryl's coming up, just a point of clarification, as our next person is coming up, there was not a conversation. There was questions being asked and answered by a board member to a community member, and that's why this community can't ask us questions and we can't answer. So I just wanted to clarify for the folk in attendance of why that happened in that manner. So thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cheryl Conrad, and I'm a community member of Corvallis, and I'm here tonight because I support undocumented immigrant students and their families. I support this resolution because the law is important, especially in these times. This resolution's foundation follows the legal precedent set by the Supreme Court and state law. And particularly, it helps to ensure the rights and safety of immigrant students. And so, you know, if children are the most vulnerable among us, certainly immigrant students are the most vulnerable of the vulnerable. And I thank you for doing this resolution to help protect them. I'm here because this resolution calls for doing the right thing, the moral thing. I can't deny the words given in Scripture to those of us who consider ourselves Christian, to care for our neighbor as we would ourselves, to support the immigrant and the refugee. Most of us in this country had families that started out as immigrants or refugees. And so we're called upon to care for those of us who are here now. This protocol helps the school board to do for others as we want to be done to ourselves. Finally, this resolution will help to preserve not just the rights of undocumented immigrant students, but it helps to preserve the rights of all students at schools in the Corvallis district to be safe, to not be harmed physically or emotionally, to be able to be nurtured in the school environment, and not threatened or frightened either personally or by violence done to their friends. This resolution keeps immigrant students, all students, safe to pursue learning, friendships, and emotional growth in school, which are the things that help students to grow gradually into healthy adults and contributes to a healthy society. This resolution would protect vulnerable students and their families from the violence, abuse, and profanity of immigration enforcers that we see nightly on the evening news or more often in our news feeds. We've seen it with our own eyes that anyone can be harmed by immigration enforcers. Students are not exempt. Finally, this protocol also helps to protect teachers and school staff from harm, to allow them to focus on teaching, mentoring, helping kids, and to know that there is a protocol that is going to help prevent violent situations and will help them to be trained to help, and they will be trained to help respond in this protocol. So I'm sitting here.
Cheryl, I have to ask you to conclude your remarks. Your time's up. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm done. I was just going to say thank you. Okay.
Any
Thank you all.
questions? Any questions from the board? Did you have one, Judah? It looks like you're in meeting.
Just wanted to make sure you didn't have any concluding remarks.
No, I mean, yes, I did. I just wanted to thank you all. You know, you've had the foresight to create this document, and I'm really hoping that it passes. And thank you. That's a short version of the thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Cheryl, for your time.
Amanda McBride.
I'm old now, so. Hello. My name is Amanda McBride, and that was not a jab. I'm 42, so I embrace it. My name is Amanda McBride, and I rent in the Corvallis School District boundary. I am the mother of 2 Garfield geckos, and I am a proud staff alumna of the LPMS Pride. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the families and communities of the North Star State and every mother and parent who works to fight for the betterment of the world of our children. I didn't cry during practice. There are so many people who are so thankful for this work, thankful for those of us who can be here and speak up. And I will continue to advocate for the needs of all as long as I am able. Get it together. As the district moves forward with plans and preparations to tackle the challenges in this consolidation, I would like to inquire about how to replicate an existing CSD model that has been successful in maintaining student numbers as well as performance levels. Franklin School is currently the only existing K-8 school in our district, and I would like to understand and explore what makes Franklin School a school of choice and how to bring those features into every other school in our district. Knowing that Franklin School is a building not impacted directly as others in this coming year, but their staff will be, I believe, since staff work for the district and not for a specific school, I feel that we need to explore opportunities that will support all schools, regardless of the class and economic status of the student and family population. Why do families choose this school? What about it makes it stand out from a neighborhood school? What makes it the best fit for families who live in a neighborhood school boundary? What ideas and programs can be shared from Franklin that would support the growth in all buildings and create the same sense of opportunity and exposure as being a Franklin Phoenix? In addition to the work that the innovation team is doing to prepare and develop programs for the new school models in the coming year, I would also like to ask the board and the district to build and support to develop a district-wide PTA. Between the families that are being displaced to new locations, as well as the school communities that will be working on expanding their offerings and resources for staff and students, I believe that a district-wide PTA would provide an opportunity for all schools to be represented and come together in a structured way. That's like gonna go off soon. This could allow representatives to share what's going on in town, in schools, both positives and challenges, as well as working to give all students in our school district the same access and opportunities that their peers receive at their individual schools. I mean, how great would it be if we could figure out how to provide every
Amanda,
7th grader?
I have to ask you to conclude, I'm sorry.
It's cool.
Any questions? Shauna?
Amanda, did you have any final remarks you'd like to share?
I can wrap it up so quick, I promise. I mean, how great would it be if we could figure out how to provide every 7th grader in Corvallis with the opportunity to travel to our nation's capital as a school district and see national democracy at work? At a town hall held last summer, Representative Sarah Finger McDonald stated that there will be no additional funds for schools in Oregon for the foreseeable future, and that as the state braces for financial obstacles, what we can do and should do is focus on building and supporting our community. I do not want to come off as making our schools homogenous, thanks, but I want to make sure that students are getting similar opportunities and that all schools and staff have access to robust parent-teacher groups that can help them accomplish building and programming goals. A district-wide PTA could ensure that schools who have active PTA, PTO, or booster groups can gather and work together to help strengthen and support all of our schools. Thanks. Sorry, that wasn't planned. I apologize.
Any further questions? You had a question, Sammy?
Yes.
I was prepared.
I have a question, and since we're not allowed to comment, I'm gonna frame it as a
We
question.
have a
Do you
minute
know
and a half.
that PTAs actually are independent entities from the school district, and they may coordinate and work with PTA Oregon around different forms of advocacy and coordination?
Yes, and that's why this ask is for the board, because there is a separation and there may be something that can be done because we all want to help. We just need to get it together. So, yes, and please help.
Thank you. I would like to ask you briefly, the time does not allow, if you can email the board with more ideas about how can both Mountain View and Franklin learn from each other, share the lessons learned with the remaining schools in the system, and how can we benefit from this system that we are building next year. I would really appreciate your thoughts to the board.
Yeah, for
Thank
sure.
you.
Can I have your pink paper?
Yes. Anything else?
Thank you, Amanda, for your time.
Thanks. Please, I hope this isn't time, but my correction, it's Katy Contreras. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. Good evening, Chair, board members, superintendent, and assistant superintendent. My name is Katy Contreras Colin. I'm a Benton County resident, OSU student, former district employee, and mother of 2 children who attend schools in this district. I'm here tonight as a parent, as a member of the Latinx community, and as a proud daughter of immigrant parents. This matter holds deep truth for me, not just as a community activist, advocate, and organizer, but as someone whose life, values, and opportunities were shaped by the sacrifices of my parents. I want to begin by thanking you from the deepest part of my heart for writing this resolution of the rights of undocumented students. For many Latinx families and beyond, this was not just a policy decision, it was a lifeline. Right now, our community and our nation is living with an overwhelming sense of fear and uncertainty. Many families are afraid to go to work, afraid to drive, afraid to do the things that bring them joy and purpose, afraid to answer the door, and afraid that a goodbye in the morning could be the last time they see one another together, only to appear in the cover of a Time magazine, showing the fear and cry for help. And just like that, a normal day could suddenly become the day everything changes. The presence and threat of ICE has created an environment of trauma. Parents are forced to have conversations no family should ever have to have about emergency plans, about who will care for their children if they are detained, about what to do if they don't come home. Our children feel this fear too. Even when we try to protect them from it, they sense it in our voices, in our silence, in the way we hold them a little tighter before saying goodbye. Children are carrying anxiety far beyond their years. School should never be another place where fear lives. It should be the one place where children can learn and feel safe. Moreover, your resolution told our families something we desperately needed to hear. Your children are safe here. They belong here. We will stand up for them. You chose courage. You chose compassion. You chose to abide by your oath and commitment to protect and serve all families as expressed in this resolution. You chose to stand up for immigrant families at a time when it is easier to stay silent. That choice matters more than you will ever realize. This resolution does not erase all fear, but it restores dignity. It restores trust, and it reminds our children that they are worthy of protection and respect exactly as they are.
Kathy, I gotta pause you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Sammy?
Could you continue your remark?
Yeah, I promise it's fast. So thank you. Thank you for seeing us, for standing with us, and leading with humanity when it mattered most. Our community will remember this. Our children will remember this because they are our future leaders. Gracias. La raza unida jamás será vencida. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Therese?
Thank you very much for your comments. I was wondering if it would be possible for you to share your comments for us in Spanish, for those that you read them in English, which was good for us. But if you have them available in Spanish for us to be able to, I guess, add to the written record, so that it's accessible to other folks. Is that possible?
It is. It started in Spanish with tears too. And
Thank
then
you.
I was like needing to obviously translate it, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Kathy, for your time. I realized I didn't pause to ask you all if we can continue public comment, so apologies about that. We did go over on public comment time, which I think is usually okay with the board. Okay, thanks for, yeah, okay. And with no further comments, the public comment period is now closed. Thank you all very much for taking the time to provide comment. As a reminder, you can always also email the board as another way to reach us. And the next item on the agenda is the Muddy Creek Charter School Annual Report.
Did
and
you
we're
want to
gonna-
take the break now or after?
That's what I was just going to ask if folk wanted to take. Is that okay? Okay, we're going to take our break now for a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, thanks everyone for your patience and our break. The next item on the agenda is the Muddy Creek Charter School Annual Report. And we have Sarah Danforth, the Executive Director of Muddy Creek Charter School, here with us this evening, and I believe you have a presentation.
I do have a presentation. I was asked to include cute children, and I've come to deliver. Thank you for having me today. I know that you guys are sorting through some very difficult and heavy tasks right now, and I appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit of my school and our perspective tonight. I'm going to try to keep it sort of shorter so that we have time for questions at the end. Hopefully you have some questions around our request that was sent earlier this month as well. I'm going to try and do that. Okay, here we go. If you're not familiar with Muddy Creek Charter School, we are a small rural school in the southest part of Corvallis. We're on the location where Innavale Elementary used to be, and the community came together to create Muddy Creek Charter School in 2008 to continue to serve the families of the rural community from Corvallis, Philomath, Monroe, and then we also currently have families from Junction City and Albany, actually. I bring the chaos, and it's my third year at Muddy Creek. I'm delighted to be here. I came from elementary ed before that, second and third grade for many, many years. And the reason I was attracted to Muddy Creek was because I really believe the kids learn best when they're into it. So I love academic rigor and I love experiential learning. And that's what keeps me coming to work every day, because we really get to do that at Muddy Creek, much more than I've ever seen in a school. And I included what I love about Muddy Creek. The list is long, but when people ask me, this is the first answer that always comes to mind, and that's our community. We really, that extends to students and families and staff. We really come together on the daily to support kids and to be creative and to help these little people traverse their lives. We really feel like we're making an impact. We see those impacts with our students every day. This year, when we were talking about strategic goal setting, we decided to narrow it down to 3 specific goals. We've had 5 in the past, because when I arrived at Muddy Creek, there was plenty to do in terms of updating everything. But this year, we're trying to dive deeper into 3 specific areas. And so I'm going to share a little bit about all of them, with a little bit more time spent on place and project-based learning. So instructional excellence could take many different forms. This year, we are choosing to focus on 4 key areas of instructional excellence. Mentorship came out of a necessity. We have several new or newer teachers this year, and I was looking up the statistic again today because I wanted to make sure I had the number right. When I was going through school, it was like 80% of all new to the profession teachers leave the profession within the first 5 years, which is a shocking statistic to me. What I found today was that it's 70%, but that is still shocking. So what a lot of new teachers require is someone who can help them grow in their practice and provide that support so they can have a long and prosperous career in education. We invest in ourselves so much, and we all want to help kids, and so keeping people on that path is critical. I've never done it before, so I spent a great deal of time this summer and fall trying to figure out how to do it right, and it's going, I think, pretty well. We've also employed mentorship between teachers. We only have 1 teacher per grade level, so we do PLC teams of K-1-2 and 3-4-5, and really drawing on each other as resources when things are tricky and celebrating things that are awesome. Intentionality is something that we're bringing to our practice this year as well. So for our more seasoned teachers, you know, there's a point in your career in which you really have to focus and hone and become expert at your craft, at your practice. and we're there with several of our staff members. We also adopted 2 curriculum last year, a new math and a new reading, and that kind of upset every apple cart, and everyone was just trying to figure out, how am I supposed to do this, and what pieces do I use, and how do I help kids, and this is unfamiliar. So this year, in their second year of those curricula, they are finding those key successful bits and refining their approach. PBIS is something that we dabbled in before, but this year we have a new dean of students, and her experience in another school district is very strong in PBIS. I also, but we hadn't really implemented it very fully. I was delighted to be invited to Mountain View last year. Byron Bethards gave us a tour and gave us some ideas and shared resource. And between all of that, we did a full implementation of PBIS this year. It's been working great. We see higher enthusiasm among the children and lower incidences of behavioral unexpected moments. It's been great. And then the other piece that we've implemented in several of our classrooms is PACS. It's called PACS Good Behavior Game. It's one of many different classroom management techniques that kind of gamifies and makes learning how to meet expectations more fun for kids. And then PBE and PBL is place-based education and project-based learning. And we kind of say those things interchangeably a lot at Muddy Creek: place-based, project-based, place-based, project-based. And when it came down to it, a lot of our teaching staff and our community members have very different definitions of what those terms mean and how they can be implemented in classroom. So just to catch everybody up, if I can get it to go. Okay. Place-based education is taking lessons from your classroom, standards that you're already teaching, units that you're already teaching, and connecting them to the community in which you find yourself. And that community can be your classroom, it can be your school, it can be your community at large. We use this graphic because every year when we take the entire school and Granny and Grandpa and the dog and the little sister all the way up to the top of Mary's Peak, and it challenged the kids to look. Everywhere they can look is their place. You can see the ocean from Mary's Peak, that's your place. You can see the school, that's your place. And so when we talk about place at Muddy Creek, that circle represents what we're talking about. And the hallmark of place-based education is really utilizing those foundational educational core skills and subjects, and then applying them to problem solving, real world problem solving in your community. And those skills can be leveraged and applied globally as they grow and move on to different communities. Project-based learning is the method through which we implement place-based. Project-based, you can do any kind of projects. Projects are all over. You kind of think about like 4-H and how the kids will kind of lean into something they're curious about, and then they research and they present and they learn and they do. So we utilize project-based learning alongside and in concert with our place-based education. And because all of that's very confusing, we have done a seminar this year for our teaching staff. I developed it over the summer, and we have an 8-week course for the teachers during their PLC, and we had great conversations and really synced up and calibrated to what we now all understand is place and project-based learning. And then we're developing a resource library for people who join us so that they aren't just scrapping around and trying to figure it out. So that's been a big effort, and I think it's really helping with the students too, so that there's more consistency, and I think, again, that intentionality of how we're reaching the kids. I did want to share this. Our at-a-glance data has shifted in a downward direction this year. We're still above state average, but we saw a decline, and it gave us pause. So we looked into what could have been contributing to that. For ELA, we saw the most dramatic decrease. The big grain of salt that we have to apply to our data, and I'm a data person, a data is data, it's a picture in time. And last year, our 5th grade class was 12 kids. And that data sample is pretty small, and it's really flexible. So from year to year, if you have 12 kids, you have 20 kids, this represents probably 50 children total. There's highs and lows. That said, we're doubling down. So we're hoping to improve those scores again. And reminding the staff as well that these are not 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade scores. These are kinder through 5th grade scores. Everyone contributes to this information, or this data, and those results. The other thing that I want to point out too is that we have made a concerted effort over the last 2.5 years to increase the diversity at Muddy Creek. We have addressed some core deficiencies, things that would be obstacles to people of different socioeconomic status or language to join us. Everyone's invited, and we want to have definitely more diversity in a lot of different areas. We have increased our diversity in several areas, and one of I would say that part of that is that we have different learning levels also. Traditionally, Muddy Creek students receive a lot of home support. They have a higher socioeconomic status. They have different life experiences and privilege that tend to be reflected in high test scores. And even when I was looking at Corvallis' test scores, you see that the more diverse your schools are, the lower those scores are in those schools often, and there's a correlation. So we see it, and it's, I think, connected to our efforts to expand our student population, and hopefully we'll see everything go up, and the children will continue to learn. Okay, cute kid pictures. Here we go. I want to start with this young muskrat right here in the bottom. That was Mountain Day. We all hiked up to the top of the mountain, and she was miserable. So I just had to take the picture, and I have her permission. Then if we're going clockwise, we have a bunch of Muddy Creekers at a neighbor farm. This is something that we try to do as often as possible, connect with actual farmers in the area, and we were hosted by one of our families that lives just down the road. And we got to learn about horses and salamanders and trees, and they pressed apples and then walked on back. We have up here in the corner is our 3rd grade class. They organized a food drive this year and managed to collect 327 pounds of food to be donated from our community to our community. And they got to drop it off and have a tour and help sort food. That's our 2nd year doing that for 3rd grade, or with 3rd grade. You can probably guess with the eggs, we have chickens this year, and we have really enjoyed that. That is a very Muddy Creek moment. The kindergarten, the kindergarten class actually incubated and hatched and raised the chicks, and we got a grant, and we have a lovely little chicken run. And the classes take turns collecting the eggs and caring for the chickens, and then we sell the eggs to fund the chicken program. This, up in the upper right-hand corner, this is a controversial photo because if you're familiar with Muddy Creek's location, we were surrounded by evergreen trees on 2 sides. The neighbors owned the majority of those trees, and they elected to take them down, which left our one little row of trees very vulnerable, and they were falling all the time. And this particular stand of trees was about 8 feet from the building. And we partnered with a local lumber crew, and they took them for us so that they don't land on the building or the children. The kids got to watch, which was interesting, and they learned a little bit more, and they're currently trying to source trees to replace. But maybe not as close to the building. We'll see. We had a lovely winter concert, and we brought back music to our school 3 years ago, and it's improving all the time. We went for a long time with no music program, so we are doing everything we can to preserve that. And you might recognize Caesar the No Drama Llama as well. Okay, quickly on these. Again, starting in the center, we have a pollinator garden in the middle of our, sort of outside of our kindergarten and kind of in the parking lot area, and the kiddos made a friend that day. Some of you might be aware, we have a watershed, you could call it, maybe it's a problem, we call it a feature, and so the kids, you know, when it rains, it definitely creates a seasonal creek that kind of goes along the west side. And the children love it. It's their favorite thing, and they get their rain boots on, and they get their rain gear on. Well, these guys, I guess, forgot that part. But and then we have brooms and shovels, and they kind of take their knowledge of erosion and engineering, and they try to make, you know, it go a certain way and affect how that water is flowing. And almost every time they dig a very deep hole, and somebody's jumping in there. So it's we've got a good dryer, so that's fine. And then our plant sale is featured there. We do that every year. The kids grow the plants and promote the sale and plant the baskets and then do the sales. I included just a lovely picture. We did a winter solstice. We've been doing winter solstice spiral for many years, but I've not been able to attend it. And so this was that. This is kinder and third grade at the moment. They all kind of did buddy groups, and they learned about seasons, and they sang, and they used light, and they used partnership to do a little walkthrough and acknowledgement of the change of seasons. On the other side of the spectrum, we have the Gaga Ball tournament. Whew, it was a big team this year. We had 2 small teams instead of one small team or one large team. That's hosted by Ashbrook. They have been doing it for the last 3 years as well, and they had many schools in attendance there. They try to invite K through 8 because they're K through 8, or K through 5, and they just do a 5-6 team. We did not win. But we had a great time. And it was a long, long day. This is a picture of the apple pressing. We made cider with those same neighbors that I was telling you about. This is actually from last year because they came to our campus last year, and this year we went to their house. There was a wasp incident. We only got about half of the kids to go, but it was great while it lasted. I'll just say that. And then the last picture is our second graders introducing themselves to the chicks that the kindergartners raised. I don't want to spend too much time on CPS because the bottom line is that we had a big staff turnover and we're kind of starting over. That's the long and the short. Oh yeah. So we also have an elementary school, and we heard you guys were adding 6th grade to stuff, and so we sent a letter to you guys requesting that we also be allowed to host 6th graders and to increase our student population from 130 to 150. That is kind of aspirational. We're at 108 right now, so it's not an immediate danger. But I wanted to make sure we had time tonight to talk about that, if that was interesting to you guys, and maybe talk about when we might expect to hear back from you. And that is what I have.
Thanks, Sarah. I'm mindful of time, so I want to share with board members, if you have questions, please be concise with asking them. So does anybody have questions or comments from the board? Go ahead, Sammy.
Maybe question to Ryan.
Your mic's off.
Maybe a question to Ryan or Melissa. Is the grade level a contractual element that relates to our board contract that could be open for revision?
Both aspects are part of the current charter, grade level as well as number of students, and I think we would want to have a conversation with Sarah and their board regarding that as we think about the increase in addition of 6th grade, but also the addition in student count, and if those two things need to go together or not. So that's where we're at right now, and so we'll be reaching out to Sarah. We've sort of been waiting for the opportunity to hear the presentation tonight before we come back together to talk about those potential amendments.
Sounds good, thanks.
Go ahead, Judah, and then Shauna.
I mean, I want to be transparent that I want to facilitate like this, not forcing students at Muddy Creek who are Corvallis residents to just go to 6th grade here and then transition to the junior high, from an elementary school to junior high. So when can we have those like back for adjustment to make sure that that's feasible for Muddy Creek for next year?
It goes back to kind of what I already said, I think, just that we will reach out to Muddy Creek following this to have that conversation. I understand the implications of having kids go through Muddy Creek through 5th grade and then come to a K6 and then move to transfer to a junior high. I know that in some cases has to happen this year as we make changes, but in terms of the long-term perspective, I think that's a piece that we want to limit the number of transitions that students have where we can. And again, I don't know that the aspirational number, I think, is something else we have to talk about. I'm not trying to be vague. I'm just, I hear that concern.
Shauna?
Sure. Thank you so much, Sarah, for your presentation, for the great photos, for the stories that came along with that as well. My question relates to just the idea of a K6 and thinking about in Corvallis that there's a lot of work right now going into what the 5-6 model will look like to really prepare students for that really excellent learning experience in 5-6 and then be ready to transition to 7 and 8 or to be in a K-8 program. And I'm just curious about, and this is a question I'll open to you as well as Melissa. I know you partner closely in thinking about how what's happening in Corvallis might help inform what could happen there if Muddy Creek shifted through a K-6 model, if there's any alignment being discussed, or if that'll be part of the conversation, and vice versa. What can be learned from Muddy Creek back to Corvallis?
When I think about the charter, we're not responsible for your programming. You get to decide. That's why they get to do place-based, project-based learning, all that wonderful stuff. So that part of it is a choice about alignment. I have a feeling, you guys have some probably in ideas about what that might look like. So I would leave that to you. And to keep answering the question about the charter, what we would have to do is create an MOA or a MOU, whichever terminology you want to use, where we, and Sarah and I can share back and forth language about the two areas that would need to be adjusted, similar to what we've done for negotiating the charter in the past. So it's just going to be about, our proposal for language, their counter for the language, until we get to a place where we both agree, and then we would be bringing something to each of our boards to have them sign off. And so we would definitely want to think about timing so that we make sure that when they're thinking about re-registration or re-enrollment for next year, they can tell their 5th grade students there will be a 6th grade or whatever might come of that.
And from my perspective, we've already done a parent survey, but there was a lot of just conjecture about if we don't have a 6th grade, people won't want to even come to our school because that extra transition represents a lot of stress on the family, stress on the student. And so I think that was our first reaction to hearing the news that 6th grade was being added in Corvallis. Now, Corvallis represents about 2/3 of our population. So then the other conversation was, well, not all of our students are from Corvallis, so is this really an issue? We did a parent survey right away and asked, if you're in Corvallis and you currently have a 5th grader, are you coming back next year if we have it? If you are not in Corvallis, would you consider continuing to 6th grade even though you have an option of 6th grade middle school? Because that even represents a strange transition. There's so many supports for 6th graders going into middle school that if you skip 6th grade in Philomath, it's problematic. So we weren't sure. And overwhelmingly, the parents said they are interested in staying another year. And a lot of the comments sounded like, we'll be there as long as you let us be there. And, so that gave us a lot of enthusiasm for exploring it. Obviously, the process for making these changes is long. So we've already started kind of looking at how we would do that. We identified 4 different possibilities. 2 are kind of eliminated because of circumstances, and then we're focusing on 2 that are doable. And they have pros and cons. I'm presenting to my board next month those 2 options with all of their pros and cons and pretties and uglies. And Then we will open it up to a town hall to our community to see what their preferences. They are pretty different. I would say coincident to that, we should be having conversations. This is new to Melissa too. We haven't had a chance to really discuss it with the holidays and everything, and it's all been happening very quickly. The stress point, I think, for us is that we have our lottery enrollment at the end of March, and I think parents would very much like to know, not necessarily how, but if we are able to move forward as soon as possible. So that's where we're starting.
I have a couple questions too. I don't know if other board members I didn't get to ask to, but can we add a couple minutes? We're out of time on this topic. Is that okay? We had like 3 minutes. Did anybody else have questions?
I have a question, but it's really not.
It's fine.
Like,
is it
okay?
Yeah.
I was just wondering if you could, in your report, you talked about the addition of music and how you funded that. And I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about the sustainability of that over time, what the hope is, what the vision is. How do you guys like having music on site?
We love it. We have received grant monies to fund our music teacher, and that's hard to find because then nobody wants to, fund staff, right? But we have been able to, through the, I'm gonna butcher the name, but it's through Corvallis, like Benton County. I can't remember their name. I'm so sorry. But we have received $10,000 a year roughly for the last 3 years. That has enabled us to have a 0.25 music teacher, and that's 2 days a week. Everybody gets one 45-minute class a week, and we get 2 concerts, and it's lovely. The grant funding is not something we want to rely on, and so we've been trying to organize our budget in a way that we can instead use general fund monies for that. I mean, we'll take grant money if we can get it, but I don't want to rely on it for very much longer.
Who knows? I did have concerns based on the report, and just wanted to say that in the front of this. You addressed some of it with the sample size being small, because I understand that curriculum shifts can impact, but that was a pretty steep decline.
I agree.
And especially for ELA and math, and but I was also concerned about 3/4 of the staff feeling burnout, and both of those things in the report didn't mention any next steps of how to support the staff, to support the students, to potentially address that. And so I just wanted to bring that up. And however, and I was really concerned about in the report and in just what you said, just to be very transparent, about it being because of diversity of students increasing. And so that is coming across as students with diverse backgrounds bringing scores down and that being an issue. And I'm trying to understand how to ask you a question about that, of like how that conclusion is made based on diversity. And I'm not sure what kind of diversity you're talking about because of students of color. So that leads me to think, is it, and I noticed the poverty is high, is it socioeconomics, is it students with disabilities? And is there a way to think about diverse students as not dropping test scores and metrics? And so I'm kind of like sitting with that. So I'm trying to ask you a question about that, but I don't know how, because it's landing really like difficult for me.
I see how that came through weird, and I want to apologize. Of course, that's not what I'm intending to say, so I think I misspoke. I think what we have seen is a broadening of our student base. And I'm able to think of students individually because our school is so small. And when I think about our students, I know exactly which student has which scores, and I know those circumstances, and of course I'm not going to be sharing that here. So it's not a generalization necessarily. I'm not trying to make it a generalization. I happen to know what has affected our test scores specifically, and I don't want it to sound the way that it sounded. So if it would be allowable, I'd like to craft a better response and send it to you. as
That'd
a
be great.
board.
Thank you. As I'm thinking about the implications of something being part of a public record, and right now it's reads like the problem is having a diverse group of students coming into Muddy Creek
I understand.
is dropping, and so that's what's in our public record on our board packet. And so I just wanted to make sure you noticed that, and also consider when you're doing reports for us, since we're helping support the charter school financially, is to have what are you going to do to support staff? Because when you see 3/4 of the staff feeling burnout and there's nothing in there or in the presentation of what's in place to support them, I would like to see more of that next time you do a report for us, if that's possible.
Absolutely.
All right, great, thank you.
I'd also like to follow up with that on email, since we
Okay.
don't have time today.
That's awesome, thank you. Anybody else? We're over extended time anyways, so. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Sarah, for your work and your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is the sustainability report, and I have Sky and Kim with you have a presentation? Okay.
Good evening, board, superintendent and assistant superintendent. Thank you guys so much for having me. My name is Sky Rickert-Latham. I'm the sustainability specialist here at Corvallis School District. We have a presentation for you today to kind of cap off where we're at with our sustainability management plan and next steps as well. So right now, the sustainability department also exists within our operations department. So why Kim Patton is here with me, and very thankful for that supervision and work as we do it together. Ultimately, I have really good news to report to say that the sustainability management plan that we published in 2019 and revised, thank you, in 2023 is complete. We have successfully identified and completed all of the goals set forth in the sustainability management plan. And now before you, I'm going to bring the interim goals that we have while we continue to look at long-range planning for our sustainability department across the school district. So just to kind of recap some of the great successes of our sustainability management plan since 2019, one that I think is a really important statistic is that on average from month to month, about 67% of our entire energy footprint is produced through our renewable energy sources, mostly our solar panels that were installed through Solarized Corvallis. And these institutionalized successes also allow us to give time to reflect and to continue to dive deeper into our work too. So part of where I've recommended our department to continue to go deeper is to look at impacts of lithium mining on the environment as well too. And all of these institutionalized works could allow us to continue to go deeper into that, the very complex and complicated work that is sustainability, and look at the social dimensions, look at the economic dimensions, and many of the histories that we have within the Willamette Valley. Part of that is trying to be, I'm sorry, could we go back? Thank you so much. Part of that is showcased in our K-12 eco-literacy lessons that are in line with our Oregon Environmental Literacy Program strands. The fifth step recommended in the Sustainability Management Plan under leadership was the inclusion of eco-literacy curricula that could help our educators continue to support that work with the OELP strands. And so the literacy toolbox that I will describe a little bit later goes over all those strands, thinking about the intersections of this work and how we can continue to include that in our K through 12 education. Also, as a part of the bond, we have had the inclusion of gardens at all of our schools across the district as well. So having those outdoor spaces where our students can continue to have relationship with the dirt and the land around them has been a great success of the management plan. Also, the institutionalized work of our governance systems. So our green teams, our sustainability extracurricular teams now exist at every school in our district, along with school sustainability leads who are stipend staff members that help lead those teams and advocate for sustainability in our individual schools. This presentation has been seen by many eyes. Before I bring it to you all today, I had the great pleasure on Friday of presenting this to 65 of our high school green team members from all 4 of our high school programs, Bridges, College Hill, Crescent Valley, and Corvallis High, and get their feedback and their direct participation in that work. I've seen the great impact of both our SSLs and our school district, as well as our green teams having that direct student advocacy. We also have standardized tracking procedures. Our facilities and operations department has very detailed tracking of our utilities across from our water to our natural gas. We've been able to identify leaks quicker, not only saving water and also funds for the district as well too. And so those tracking procedures have been very in-depthly put into our systems, and I think are really robust right now. Thank you, Kim. And as I referred to earlier, I think now we're in a really opportune moment for the sustainability department to think about how to go deeper into this work as well. Our facilities have, in large part, become self-sustainable, for lack of a better word, in regards to our tracking procedures, how we can identify those leaks, and now we can continue to work alongside our student growth and experience department to find ways to institutionalize the work in our K through 12 education. And so that's been my focus going forward, and will continue to influence the interim goals that I'll be bringing to you all here in a moment. Thank you. So I have developed 5 interim goals. These interim goals were initiatives both alongside our green team students as well as our school sustainability leads, all within the larger, bigger picture of our sustainability department going forward within Corvallis School District. These interim goals are meant to be continuing the momentum of our department over the next year while we continue to do community listening sessions and work while we reanalyze a long-range plan for our next steps for sustainability now that the sustainability management plan has been completed as of 2026. These goals are designed to directly influence K through 12 education and allow ourselves to morph the department into a more breathing educational addition to Corvallis School District. The first 3, the first one is to create and complete 2 native plant living classroom models and blueprints at Bessie Coleman Elementary and Bridges. This program has been a particular passion of mine that we've been able to partner with staff, students, and community partners to create these living classrooms that has a name that will be identified in the future, which is a little bit more catchy, that allows us to have students in a space that is connected to the land and has intersectional approaches to environmental education. And so we're thinking about an interdisciplinary place-based approach to this work. And my great collaboration with our curriculum coordinators is trying to think about our continued work of the innovation team and the profile of a graduate adding into all of this work as well. So behind Bessie Coleman Elementary, there's a nature area that is also a Grand Ronde Cultural Heritage Site that the Corvallis School District currently stewards. And so part of this work would be a restoration project to include more native perennial plants that have cultural and historical meaning, while also approaching a interdisciplinary curriculum in both of these sites at Bridges and at Bessie Coleman. So right now I'm helping facilitate 2 separate teams, one on restoration and one for curriculum, to complete these models. And we already have other schools very interested in a similar model, and so the goal long-term would be to see similar gardens expanded like this in schools across the district. Secondly, we've been partnered with Marys River Watershed Council. They received a grant from the Department of Forestry that allows for the planting of 100 native trees across 5 or 6 selected campuses in Corvallis School District. We have entered into an MOU with them that sets up that planting for all 100 of those trees by the end of this year. And so the second interim goal would be the planting of 100 native trees across our campuses at Corvallis School District that directly tie to our native plant living classroom and the models and blueprints as well. The third is to standardize the implementation and seek green team leadership in the Oregon Environmental Literacy Toolbox and K-12 curriculum. We've already made this toolbox available for staff across the district. It's find better ways to standardize and implement that curriculum in the next year. The last two goals, work alongside student growth and experience on the creation and implementation of the new natural resource management CTE pathway for students in 5 through 12 grades. This would allow the department to work alongside SG&E and the innovation team on this work, and allow for more of our students to be directly involved and specialize in such a crucial industry, working along sustainability. And the last one would be to develop next steps for sustainability long-range plans at Corvallis School District and emphasizing student leadership alongside that long-range plan. I'm going to go quickly through these last five slides, just basically go over the goals. This is a packet that I can share with the board if they would like, that goes over the entire Native Plant Living Classroom program. It details the sites selected and why they were selected, and then the timeline of events to see this program continue to grow and to thrive for our students. One of the things I want to quickly, I'm so sorry, Kim, that was me. One of the things I want to emphasize in the Native Plant Living classrooms, it is, in addition to great restoration happening ecologically, it emphasizes culturally relevant education. Working alongside our tribal partners and with Oregon State University's Indigenous Studies Department, that we have 2 interns from this term working with us on this project to continue to see an intersectional approach to how we think about sustainability in our district. Thank you. The only thing I want to add on this is looking at native tree learning laboratories at both College Hill and Mountain View, meeting with those 2 sites and finding ways to not only plant and restore some of our ecosystems, but build curricula directly tied to those trees that we're planting. This is a look at the completed environmental literacy toolbox that's been created within our department. It features 14 different lesson plans going all the way from K to 12, including 2 college prep programs, identifying all 5 of the OELP strands, and you can see on the far column which strands are covered by each lesson. The Oregon Department of Education would like all of our students to be receiving all 5 of those strands covered, and many of our teachers have already done amazing work to cover those strands. This is continued support of the district office to educators to try and find ways that we can continue environmental literacy in our district. This is what those lesson outlines look like. They go over vocabulary, materials, lesson procedures. These are not meant to be canned in a way, but more adaptable to any particular educational environment. So there's a lot of room for adaptation, there's a lot of room for compromise, and mostly just trying to continue to support our educators. I imagine the next year will be our largest emphasis on creating this long-range planning, thinking about not only how we can continue to improve our facilities, but how we can include institutional emphasis more in our educational work alongside our environmental literacy. That is my presentation. Thank you guys so much for having it. Thank you. I'm so sorry. The only thing I think I'd like to add within this as well is working alongside College Hill already in the Urban Farm Initiative, and connecting in with that same Department of Forestry grant to try and expand sustainable forestry alongside College Hill in that CT pathway. But those are still in very early phases of development, and mostly that partnership with SG&E is going to be crucial for us developing that CT pathway with them.
Thanks, Sky. Questions from the board? Shauna?
Thank you so much for your presentation and for your thoughtful work. You mentioned going and sharing back with students, and it sounds like there's quite a lot of student engagement along the way. And I know you don't have any students here tonight who are sharing, but from your experience and hearing back from students about their experience along the way, What are some of their thoughts, their reflections? What are you hearing back from students being involved?
I think a really important question, and one thing that is a crux debate within sustainability is long-term versus short-term, and what we can see change. And so I think a lot of student projects right now are really passionate around things of like composting and getting reusable utensils, because those are projects that, you know, students can see that term that they are actively changing. And so I think working alongside our student groups is trying to tackle both at the same time. How can we encourage institutional change that might have that larger impact while also still supporting the student ideas to have the dirt in their hands, or have that big win that they have that changes a part of school that they feel they can leave their legacy on. I think both of those projects is what I'm hearing most from students.
Oh. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you for your all the work that you're doing. It's very exciting to see and hear. Even when I'm at schools, I'm watching the kids, you know, consolidate the waste and talking about everything that's going on during their lunchtime. Last year, I had the opportunity to go to the sustainability fair, I think it was, at OSU, and I spent most of the time talking to the students that were there, that were sharing, and they were just so proud of their work. Is there going to be any other opportunities like that where we get to actually go in and talk to kids or hear more about what they're doing in their schools?
Absolutely. We are working right now to try and, for the first time this year, have a K through 12 green team gathering happening during Earth Week. So that is currently in the works, and the SSL team and myself are hard at work putting that, and we'd love to give a board invitation if you guys would like to see, because part of that would be all the students presenting what's happening at each of their green teams across the school. Additionally, we are hoping to attend that town hall with the Corvallis Sustainability Coalition again this March. We're working on some final logistics to make sure that it can happen, but our hope is that we will be there again presenting that work.
Other questions? Do you have a question? Yes.
It was just very exciting to see. I mean, I've only been on the board a couple of years, even the progress in the last couple of years, especially I was looking a lot at the eco-literacy, so I'm looking forward a great deal to how that's going to expand, because I've heard from students and from teachers and from principals how a lot of that's really woven into the daily life of the students at the schools, and so thank you so much.
Of course. And one thing I forgot to mention in my initial presentation is that this year we'll be having our first Green Apple Award, too, alongside the Golden Apple. So I think continuing to see that and how it impacts teachers doing great work on the ground, and that's been very exciting to work on.
Sky, thank you very much. I have 3 points. The first one is really thank you. Thanks for the village. I see familiar faces who sat there in 2019, whether presiding on the process or advocating for the process, and many of our students who have graduated all the way from elementary to high school and beyond, and community members really pushing hard for us to do the right thing, and we are doing the right thing. I just want to highlight something, and I want to make sure it's memorable to me, and if you can just say yes, it's true or not. What you're saying is 67% of our energy consumption for the school district is produced by solar energy or renewable energy sources, correct?
That's correct.
Wow. So I remember Kim was telling us, or Lauren, someone was telling us the inflation is not only the 4 or 5 or 6%. Kim, if I remember correctly, that's 1 year. The inflation of gas or heating the buildings was 40% the costs, correct? So that kind of disruption is so important for us to recognize. When 67% of it is renewable, we're reducing that impact. And I don't want that to be missed when we see on the gas station that the dollar value is 2.95. That's not sustainable. It's not going to be the same, whether we're doing it for the ethical reasons, for stewardship reasons, or even financial reasons. We're doing the right thing. So thank you very much. Now here's my wish list. Financial advisors say when you're paying your debt, and let's say you pay off the first credit card, many financial advisors say after you finish your first credit card, that payments that you usually do, don't go and party with it. Continue paying your debt. In similar fashion, we have a debt for this community, for this land, for this planet. And I like that we're capturing how much savings we're putting. I'm really hoping as we move forward for rejuvenating and self-sustaining program is that any savings we do, we capture it, and it doesn't just go to the general fund. It goes to increase the outcomes that this program intends to do until it becomes revenue positive. That's my thoughts. I think it's a good thought, and it's a thought of one board member. It's up to debate, but I think it's really important for us to capture how the program is actually providing growing value until one point actually net positive value in terms of dollars as well.
So I hear you, Sammy, and I want to remind the board that we are still making payments on some of this renewable energy. So it's not money back in the pot just yet. And so, but the fact that we have 67% of our footprint coming from renewable energy, but we are still paying on some of these systems. So
this is long term.
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Shauna, you had one more, didn't you?
I was just going to ask your recommendations for, so there's this wonderful, not just modeling, living, and then actually learning and lessons that students are engaging with, staff are able to engage with. Do you have recommendations or access to similar lessons for family members, parents, community members, where so much of what is being taught now was not taught when we were in K through 12 schools?
Great question. And referring first to our native plant living classrooms, both of those sites will be accessible to the public. And so as we're building along the curriculum and interpretive science to be accessible, we're also thinking of how public members can directly engage in that as well. So this will not just be a resource for our students, but it will also be a living resource for our community members as well. Additionally, having our community engagement has been a big part of our department goals. We've started a newsletter in September that always has continued learning as well, our philosophy corner. And so again, also our OSU interns, who I can't speak highly enough of, have been writing that newsletter and continuing to move that out. Last note I want to say is that we've also started a sustainability library that has environmental philosophy, history, interdisciplinary work, all around the environment that's accessible to staff, students, and community members as well too. So that's something that we're trying to do to continue to get that community engagement with us.
Great. So if community want to access the library or sign up for that newsletter, how do they do that?
Every month in the district newsletter, there will be a sustainability corner. And I normally write a little piece that I send to Kelly. And then there's also a button below that you can sign up or opt into that more in-depth sustainability newsletter that comes out every month as well. Alongside, once you sign up for the newsletter, there'll be the ways to how you can access the library and get a hold of me. Thank you for the question.
Thanks. I have a couple questions too, and I get the newsletter. It's great. Just to let people know, it's easy to subscribe to, like other newsletters. I just wanted to say the eco-literacy part, when we put that in the board goals, I was like, what is this going to look like? Because it could be just like very, eco-literacy doesn't mean just learn about like how to recycle and stuff like that. It's all of the things you're talking about, the nuances. And so it's really great to, when I was glancing over the list, to see how in-depth you went. And as somebody who has a long-standing conversations specifically around the cost of renewables on especially indigenous communities and stuff like that, I appreciate you helping nuance the conversation while still maintaining the commitment that the district has made to do both. And I think that speaks to the eco-literacy part that made it in there. And so I just wanted to say that. And the community connections that you're making through this program are really great. And so you didn't just list one thing, you listed several things that are helping this bring it together. And I think that that's really going to serve the work that the innovation team is doing and thinking about like partnerships outside of the district for students to be engaged with. These early stages have long-term impacts. And I just wanted to mention that. If you could share the native plant living classroom, I had to say them in the right word, with the board like you offered, I think that would be great for the rest of the board. As Sky mentioned, Indigenous Studies, which is clearly the program, as everyone knows, that I oversee at OSU. It's really great that we have students working with the district on this. And so I have been able to visit the sites as part of my job, not as part of my board work. That's why it wasn't in my board report. And so I would encourage folk to check the sites out too, because you can already see where they're going to be and then look at what Sky sends, so you can see now and then see what comes later on. I think that would be really great for the board to check that out as a suggestion. So if you can send that to us, thank you.
I'd be happy to. And as a broad invitation, if anyone would like to get a personal site visit, I'd be happy to coordinate that and do that. It's one of my favorite things to do.
Make sure you show up on time though, because that way you don't get lost like I did at Bessie Coleman in the woods. It's not very hard to get lost. It is hard to get lost. It's small.
I just want to take a moment to just reiterate that the sustainability management plan that was developed in 2019 has been completed, and I want to just take a moment to say that Kathy Fazer was our first sustainability specialist who really worked and focused in on the facilities side of it. And then when Kathy left, I just want to say thank you to Sky for taking that and really closing out that plan and above and beyond, and really making a robust impact on that sustainability project in our district. So I just wanted to take that moment to again say we've done it. Like it feels really impressive that under their leadership we've been able to make that happen.
That is good. It's always helpful to be like, we did this and it was a long time in coming. And so, yeah, thank you everybody. I know there's folk here. So thank you all too in the audience that helped with things. So, all right, thanks y'all. Okay, next on the agenda is the long-range financial update with Lauren. And Lauren also has a slide presentation. We have lots of slide presentations tonight.
Hi, it's me again. You're probably tired of hearing from me, but I'll be back. It's almost spring, so watch out. Okay, I'm here today. Hopefully, I know that you received this late, and I apologize for that. It was the timeline that we had, and so I don't expect that you've gone through this fine-tooth comb yet. But what I wanted to present today was just some of the highlights of this report, and then happy to take any questions as well. So the purpose behind this report is really to move us beyond the one-year budget cycle that we're obligated to do through statute. I want to be clear that this is something that we do internally and have done. I have information going back at least till 2000. That is all of this information, but I haven't found where we have like formally published that. And so that was my intent behind putting this together. And I know that some of you have asked for more specifics on assumptions and how all of this gets put together. So that's what this is. It's really a 3 to 5 year guide with predicted financial health, and you'll see as we move on how this will change based on all of the different points that impact this projection. So we use this method because we are very sensitive to change, whether that be state or federal or local impacts like enrollment and birth rate. We're dealing with expenses that we do not control. For example, the PERS, and Public Employees Retirement System, and also to help increase transparency and demonstrate our financial stewardship of the public funds. So how we use this information and how we put it together is really looking at multiple different pieces. Our revenue and enrollment forecasting, which are really tied together, because without enrollment, there's no revenue. We also use this to look at our strategies and our goals. So the board goals that were put together, we have to be able to just sustain those over a long period of time. And so how our there's a quote that I like that I have in the board in my office, and it says, "How you spend your money is your strategy," and that's really true, I think. And so showing the alignment with our board goals through this as well. And it's another tool that our budget committee can use as they're going through the 1-year cycle to sort of evaluate what is the sustainability of our plan and how can we move this year over year. It helps set those reserve policies that I know we talk a lot about, and help us decide what is a reasonable level there, and then also helps assess the life cycle of our capital assets and potentially like the scheduling of bond elections for like the general obligation bonds that we did for the facilities improvement, but even just our regular device replacement cycles like for computers. And I mean, that can be millions of dollars. And so making all of those plans, this helps us do that. Some of the things that we run into as challenges in a long-range financial plan are the unfunded mandates. I know you all are very aware of those, but although we get a state school fund allocation every other year that spans for the 2 years, we still are impacted by legislative changes regularly outside of that state school fund allocation. From very simple examples of there was a bill not a few years ago about tires on school buses. It wasn't actually about tires on school buses, it was just about tires on certain types of vehicles. And then the consideration for like, how does that then come to a school district who has a whole fleet of buses to get the students to school every day? So that's an example. We also have collective bargaining. Most of our employees are in a union group, and so that is they're bargained in those 2 larger groups, and that is a huge percent of operating budgets for districts. We also I don't know of any contracts in either one of the unions, OSCA or OEA, that don't include health insurance benefits, and those costs are increasing faster than any sort of revenue source is increasing. So here's sort of, I realize I said cycle and then put a straight line, but I'm a money person and I don't really like circles. Yes, that's right, Melissa. I like things like Excel spreadsheets. So this is really all the different points in a year that could change a long-range plan, and there are there's at least 2 every single month, and so that's why this looks different and is really a snapshot. So our fiscal year begins in July. In October, we're looking at those first period ADM numbers. The federal grant award cycle begins October 1st, which is different than our fiscal year, so that's always fun. November is when we reconcile taxes. I would say taxes in our state and county specifically are very stable, so it's a point in which things may change, but really what we're looking at there is the compression rate and how much of the local option levy tax assessment that we're actually going to receive back. So that's usually the only change there. In December, there's several collections that we're doing. The Fall English Learner Report, the Special Education Child Count Report, and then we typically, during those months in December, also receive our PERS valuation. So every other year, that PERS rate changed. So the PERS rates are set at the same schedule as the state school fund, But like this December, I'm not expecting new rates for next year, but I did get the valuation of what they're projecting returns on investments to be and what our rates will be for 2 years from now. So those changes are always a little scary, and we have a long runway to deal with those ones. In December, we are supposed to be getting our audited financials. That looks a little different this year because the federal government did not release requirements for a single audit due to the shutdown. So that won't be done until February at this point. And how that changes or could impact our financials is just about that ending fund balance from the previous year, because that's our starting point for the current year. I put January through June to monitor legislative impacts, because that may look different if it's a short or long session, but generally that's that period. May, we have our prior year state school fund reconciliation. So I don't know our final state school fund grant amount from 24-25 until May of 2026. So it's a bit of a long cycle to actually reconcile that. And so we may end up paying back, or we may be owed more money from a prior year. So that is something. And then June 30th, obviously, is our deadline to adopt the next year budget, and that's when our fiscal year ends. Every month, we're updating our projected revenues and expenditures, and the state rebalances the state school fund on a varying schedule. There's only, I think, 1 or 2 dates that they're mandated to have an estimate out by, but we usually receive, I would say, between 5 to 8 any given year, just based on different changes throughout the state. So I tried to show the different things that could all change during that time period that are all of the drivers of this plan. So I know we've talked about a lot of this, and again, there's much more detail in the report, but the very first thing we have to do is to look at our enrollment trends. We know we've talked about it many times about the birth rate decline. So the total births in the district has dropped 34% since 2016. And so what that looks like is a lot smaller kindergarten classes coming in. And we know how that impacts the system as they matriculate through. So our obviously that's impacting the kindergarten class. And then in the last decade, 2017-18 was our highest enrollment. And since then, we've decreased almost 1,000 students. And then looking forward, by 29-30, which is where this projection ends, we will be around that 5,000 mark. So enrollment then goes into average daily membership and our different student weights. So enrollment is really like a head count of students that are registered in our district at a certain date. We usually use that October 1st date, but we do that actually 4 times a year that we report that to the state. So ADM is the average of students enrolled over the school year. So say we have a student that completes like a third of the school year with us, but they're not here from the first day of school to last day of school. That's sort of prorated to recognize that we were serving them for a period of time. The ADMW is then that weighted student count that is supposed to account for serving varying needs of students. And so then we have our extended ADMW, which is in the state school fund formula, where we're paid off of the highest of the either current year or prior year. Okay, so our revenue forecast really hasn't changed much, and I wouldn't expect it to, based on the fact that the state school fund is 84% of our revenue, and then the other about 16% of that is the local option levy, and then less than 1% is the rest of it. And so based on being mid-biennium, revenue projection just really doesn't change. You can see in the in the longer version of the report, our assumptions for the state school fund in the next biennium. And it's really just all based on averages and increases that we have seen in recent years. Things get a little trickier on the expenditure side. But really, when 80% of your expenses are personnel, it truly, we talk a lot, I think, about CPI, and that has come up in several conversations through the budget committee. And when your budget is mainly salaries and benefits, and CPI is really a metric for household expenses, it's not as much of a factor, I think, as people want to think. And so we are able really to look further ahead on our expenditures because of the contracts that we have. So usually we have multi-year contracts, but they're not on the same frequency. If we've got everything done correctly, it's not fun to be in bargaining with two groups in the same year. So we try to split that out for everyone's sake, but sometimes it happens. So it really is year over year not as difficult to budget for those expenditures because most of that is our salaries. So we look at the CPI to inform certain things, and we also look at our historical data because that really tells the better story of what's happening within the district. Okay, so this is really what our long range projection looks like. So if we look at the bar graph, those are our revenues and expenditures, and those are both operating revenues and expenditures, so that is separate of having a fund balance. But what you can see is in the current year, those two things are quite a bit further apart than what you see in the subsequent years, and that's really where you're talking about operating in a deficit, is when your expenditures are higher than your revenues. So looking at that, the projection has been adjusted based on the consolidation change. You can see that those two bars are becoming closer together, which is what we wanted to see. And we still are projected to be able to maintain a reasonable fund balance that will help cushion for any of those unexpected things that we talk about frequently. And so that is helping us. We're buying it down, which I think is the responsible thing to do, but that dotted green line is the board policy.
You might need the other mic. Is that better? Okay. So that green dotted line is the minimum requirement of that 12.5%. So we're fine in that regard. I think something that's really important to notice is if you look at the bottom for the corrective action required, when we looked at this 2 budget cycles ago, in 28-29, that number was like $18 million in the negative. So as we've made adjustments, budget cycle over budget cycle, although I'm not saying those weren't difficult decisions to make, we have right-sized our spending to our revenues, and what you can see now, which is the first projection that we have ever had since I have been in this job, where we weren't expecting cuts in subsequent years. So, and that is a direct result of the consolidation. Prior to consolidation, we were expecting the $4 million reduction next year. Now it's looking like we will end this year in a position where we have additional dollars to put back into the classroom, and that trend follows suit in 27, 28, and 28, 29. I would say that number for me is
about a zero. Anything in the six-figure range isn't large, but just having that like be positive is a huge change for the long-term health of our district. And you can see prior to consolidation, that was $7.7 million in the negative. So the bottom line represents cuts that we would be making in those years. The top line is where we're at now. So I say that, and I also recognize that this whole process has been extremely difficult, and we are in a huge period of transition. We have had a significant decline in student enrollment in the last decade. We have consistent deficit spending that is really challenging to navigate based on all of these rising costs that we just don't have a ton of control over. And again, although that the consolidation was really difficult, that was a huge factor in getting us to where we are now, where I'm able to have conversations with our leadership team, the innovation team, the exec team about all the things we're actually adding for next year, and the programs that we're enhancing or that we're able to do in a different way for students. And so I'm excited as one can be about the budget process. I'm excited that we'll be able to share some of those things with our community soon. It's actually, in that regard, feeling quite positive, and it's sort of, I would say, maybe a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel throughout this really hard process. So we are continuing to look at, I don't want to say that there won't be reductions in those years, because the assumptions, and you can see in the report, is that we are assuming that our staff will continue, our staffing levels will continue to align with our student enrollment. So there are assumed reductions in workforce there, but I don't anticipate those to be large reduction in force situations that you're seeing across the district. And I think we're in a place where attrition will take care of most of those reductions that have to happen year over year.
Reductions across the state.
Correct. Sorry, I don't even know what I said.
You said
I
district.
used
You're
all
totally
of my
fine.
words here, and I'm not a words person, so. Yes. That, I mean, really, that's the end. There's a lot in here. I have more questions. I can answer any questions that you have. And really, the whole goal in doing this is to use the data to keep our decisions student-centered and sustainable for multiple years.
We have about 6.5 minutes for questions for Lauren. Go ahead, Judah.
So the end goal was that we're looking, because like we're still seeing reductions in students, but that the natural attrition of teachers leaving was going to match up with that, and we weren't going to have to be cutting people. Is this saying like are we on track for that?
Yes, I would say there's, again, lots of factors that go into that, right? Like if we lose a bunch of our federal grants that are we're using to pay teachers, like our Title I, our 21st Century, we have state level grants that money flows from the feds to the state. We also know that state level grants may be impacted because other programs in the state aren't being funded. So there's a lot of different impacts to that, but looking now as if we keep our class sizes the same, our class size targets the same, we don't continue, like that's usually something that, is it working so? Okay. That's usually something they'll adjust class size targets up.
It's going in and out. We need to switch your mic out. Sorry. I think because those ones have been on the longest. Yeah, because we've had a lot of presentations and public comment is probably why.
Maybe it's done with me talking, but there's a lot of other impacts. But when we look at the report now, based on where we have landed with that major change, that is what the projection looks like. And I cannot control for what all the other outside forces do.
So assuming that all of our income stays the same, right? Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Other, yeah, okay. Chris and then Shauna.
Mine's very quick. Just out of curiosity, what happens if the end of June you don't have a budget to pass?
Then we can't operate. We can't pay any bills as of July 1. We can't pay any staff. We may violate terms of our existing contracts. It would be a nightmare.
Mine's more of a comment than a question. Just wanted to say thank you for putting all this information together. I did have a chance to read through the full report today, and it's pretty significant in terms of the work that you've put into. I think it was named on that this is a new mid-year report, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a response to a lot of questions we've been getting from community around kind of the idea of showing your work, of looking at what is the planning that's going into long-term financial planning, even when we know that you only know a little bit of information with certainty along the way. And just wanted to thank you for really listening to that feedback, to hearing that feedback. I think each of us is looking at how do we continue to just build collaboration with the community, transparency, communication of what's happening that's sometimes behind the scenes. And this is just a huge step in bringing out more information to us, to the community. And just wanted to thank you for putting so much time and effort into doing that.
You're welcome.
Sammy?
Lauren, I want to echo my colleague's comments. The dilemma of transparency, the more you're transparent, the more scrutiny from the community or from governing boards is. And the way out of that dilemma is more transparency. And I think you are practicing that. It takes vulnerability and leadership. And we usually, during those budget conversations, we say we don't have a crystal ball. Well, it looks like now we have a crystal ball, but it's very hazy. And you found out those fog lights that will show us through the crystal ball a little bit of understanding of what's ahead, but also a little bit of understanding of the uncertainty and many variables that play factors that have ripple effects long term. But we still have to look long term and still have to state those assumptions. So just really, really deep appreciation for this courageous action of being very transparent, of being very cohesive in putting the big picture and the detailed picture for us to look at, for the community to look at, and acknowledge the fact that we have assumptions that are out of our control and some assumptions that are under our influence, and how we can work with all of that to make sure we can balance our budgets and drive students' outcomes. Thank you. This is phenomenal. Really the best, probably one of the best things we are doing for the financial health of our district.
Bernie?
Just a quick statement too. Since a lot of this stuff is at the state level, it's outside of our control. I think we need to really look at our advocacy outside to our legislators during the short session and beyond too. And this is just a statement, not really a question for you, but because we there are so many things we don't control. When you have a budget of 80% personnel costs, those are must-pays, that 20% is not going to balance the checkbook. So we're going to have to find ways to ensure that our revenue continues to come in.
Therese? Then Ryan, it looks like you have your hand too.
Thank you. So two questions. One is, one of our sources of revenue is our local option levy, which, just to be clear, is money that Corvallis elects on our own that we're going to contribute to our schools. So that's not money we're getting from the state. We have control over as a community whether that's going to keep coming in. So what is the impact if the local option levy were to not pass? In terms of, I mean, I see the number, but can you translate that as a projection of like, what would happen if we no longer opted to support that? That's my first question. Maybe the only one, because there might not be time for another one.
Does the board wish to extend our time because it's actually up?
It would be the result of a reduction of about 68.75 certified teachers in our district. Now we don't, we use it for multiple things, but that's a quick calculation. Yeah. It funds extracurriculars, so that is also something that's really hard to control costs on because there's sort of a monopoly on a lot of the things that we need to be able to, for students to access those extracurriculars. So we use it for that. It would significantly reduce our arts and music programs. So anything that's not required as a core subject would be something we have to look at. So it's a significant amount of money and would change our budget. We would basically just be working with the state school fund.
Thanks. So I want to, before I ask my second question, which is about PERS, I want to just say thank you to the Corvallis community for continuing to support this levy. I feel privileged to live in a community where we are willing to contribute more to fill the gap that the state is not providing. It's the state's responsibility to provide music and art. It's not the Corvallis community's responsibility. We are picking up their slack. Lots of communities in our state cannot do that. So I feel really grateful to be in a community where we continue to opt to do that. Also think, to Bernie's point about advocacy, the state should not continue to operate as though they will assume communities will step in and do this work on their behalf. They need to do their job. So that's a different issue, but I did want to affirm that.
It's not even that they will, just some can't. I mean, this
Right.
is all money out of property. That's really the reality of it. And this does stay outside of the state school fund. So on page 14, it talks about a little bit more about that process for community who are unfamiliar. But yes, the local option levy is a huge privilege that we have in this community. And without it, things would look significantly different.
Yeah. Thank you for hitting on that point. And then about PERS, I was wondering, you have a comment in here about the change in the progression of PERS, as we have had folks that are in different tiers of PERS. Mm-hmm. And some folks are under the impression that under the old PERS plan, that when those folks are no longer actively in the pension system, that somehow this gets better for us financially. And I was wondering if you could take a moment just to comment on how we actually pay into PERS and what really changes for us over time with that, as opposed to what maybe folks might be thinking. I hope that question makes sense. It's late.
Yes, and it's a pretty complicated question to answer succinctly, but what I would say about that is if you look at the PERS valuation rates over the last few bienniums, so really there's two. There's tier 1 and tier 2 are in one column, and they're in the same group. We pay one rate on those individuals, and then we pay a different rate on what is called OPSERP. And it's a lesser rate than we pay on the tier 1, tier 2, but as more tier 1, tier 2 retire out of and cash in on their benefits, that rate, as the population shifts more to the OPSERP, is actually going up. And so the assumption that as tier 1 employees move throughout the system that things will become cheaper is not correct whatsoever. The problem is decades prior to us, and a lot of the money that we're paying now is from what they call unfunded liability to benefits that were already granted and paid out many years ago. And so we are still paying into the fund that pays out all of those benefits. So there's the potential as people who are in those groups pass away that there's less benefits being paid out. But there's also, for every person exiting the system, there's another one coming in. So I don't see that the PERS becomes an insignificant factor for us unless there's major legislative reform around that program that would probably require the entire system to be restructured, and I find that to be highly unlikely.
Any other questions? I had a, oops, I'm on the right page. I read the report too, so thank you very much for putting it together. And I did want to also say that you have been under a lot of criticism publicly, and I appreciate you taking that in stride and creating something very informative for the community, and that is beneficial for everyone. And so I think it is helpful to have this information, and I wanted to reiterate, it's not like this work didn't exist, and so making it visible to everybody is what's new, not the work. And so I appreciate you doing that. And also, one of the things I appreciated in the report is that you pointed out that this is not set in stone. We're reporting things. That does not mean that we didn't, like, you did something wrong or anything like that. If things change, there's variations that happen. And I appreciate you helping walk folk through, including the board, like each one of those things that might change the numbers for us. And also the other thing, the enrollment versus ADM, the average daily membership, a lot of people don't understand how those are different. And so how it calculates into our budget per student is not just like a easy calculation of like we have this many students equals this many dollars, because that's not how it works. There's too many variables that nobody will have access to, and rightfully, because some of that, as you said, is weighted based on if they're low income or students with disabilities. That's outlined in the report. And so those things are protected information about families that you can't just assume everybody's a baseline number. And so I appreciate you helping with that. And also, I just want I just wanted to re-ask, so we're not expecting cuts like we have seen in the same way, right? Is that what you were saying? Based on the graph, it looked pretty
correct. Yeah.
And that'll be the first time in 3 years. I understand we might lose staff. Yes, we will, because of the consolidation.
Yes.
So not the kind of like how we've had.
Correct.
Okay.
When I speak about the cuts, I'm talking about cuts to programs
Okay.
or availability of services to students.
Which is,
and
yeah,
families.
so that is what we've seen the loss of over the last 3 years, is the loss of programs.
Yes.
Hours, different
Yes.
things. Yes. Okay. So that's going to be nice to not see that this year. I'm thankful for that. My other question is, or my actual question is, you talked about the audit. That's available every year. It usually happens in December. We usually see it. So but it will be here in time before the budget, right? Hopefully, or no? We don't. No, it won't, huh?
It'll be here. I hope so.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure why we don't have it, to be honest. We've had this struggle with our auditing firm since after COVID. And we are seeking other options for that, because I'm not really sure why it's held up just for the single audit, because single audit is directly related to federal funds, and most of our budget isn't federal.
Okay.
And so we have been asking them for drafts. It's generally due by the first business day in January. So usually we spend most of December going back and forth on the draft and doing all of the narrative components of that report. We're just having a lot of difficulty there, and we have for several years. I have asked them to come and talk to you about why you don't have the report in the correct time, when we provided all the information to them in early October.
Okay, that's helpful to know, because we're
yeah.
used to getting it. So it's just like,
you'll get it as soon as I get it.
Okay, thank you.
Would love for that to be put to bed, but
thanks.
That's where we're at.
Okay.
And that's not a unique Corvallis School District thing.
No. And there's a lot of just firms that aren't doing municipal auditing anymore because of all of the different requirements.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So we need to start thinking more about that then, it sounds like. Okay. Thank you, Lauren, for your time this evening and your report.
Yeah.
We have, we're like way over on our agenda time. Just wanted to point that out to you all. And we still have a couple more items on the agenda. And I know I was seeing, do you all need to take a very short break? Or are we okay to keep going, or what do we need to do?
Could we just get through the next one? There was a community member that might have waited for this, and I thought these other ones were going to be a little bit speedier than they were.
Yeah, okay, that's totally fine. I just wanted to check on, I'm okay, keep going. I just okay. Okay. So the next item on the agenda, which is in your packet, is resolution number 26-0102, rights of undocumented students. Let's see, I need to say something because I put it in there. As a reminder for folk, and just for people who are watching that don't know, we talked about this in December in our meeting. It's as outlined. And when we read it over again and reaffirmed it for the district, we felt that it should be updated based on current iterations of immigration enforcement as experienced in this country. And so me and Sammy and Judah we volunteered and helped draft the resolution that was in the packet, just as a reminder of where we're at. And I also wanted to take a second to say that I wanted to say thank you to the board from 2016 that had the courage and commitment to do what was right during that time for the students and families in our district. This is not a dismissal of their work. It's a next step of the work into current times. That was 10 years ago, and a lot has changed. And so that's really what it was. And again, we said that the last one, it's in the packet, that it is great work, and we appreciate it. Another thing I wanted to mention, that this resolution is about student rights. It's not about any of us doing any kind of posturing or any kind of that kind of stuff. It's about legal protections and student rights that exist in both state and national laws. And that is what this is about. And I wanted to make sure folk were really clear on that. And there's a couple things that are different. Some community members have reached out to me and asked, like, what's different from 2016 to the 2026 version. So I thought I would highlight that really quickly for you all. This resolution is not just about ICE, which is Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. It also includes the Customs and Border Patrol and anyone who is contracted or works with them. So it's more broad in that sense. And the other piece is that it doesn't just talk about the schools of the district, as in the buildings. It's all district properties. So that's a shift from schools to district properties. There's the inclusion of beyond just staff, where volunteers are also included in this resolution of having responsibilities. There's annual reviews of the trainings and the processes that the 2016 resolution called for. And so it's an ask for the district to review things every year in case there's changes that need to be added. There's also the addition of Oregon sanctuary laws that is referenced in this resolution. That is an additional thing. So there are some big differences. Judah, did you have another thing to add?
Yeah, this clarifies and delineates the responsibilities for reviewing requests from any kind of immigration agent or person acting on their behalf, yes, and helps specify where those requests must be directed to if other staff or schools receive them.
Yes. And there was one more thing in there. Go ahead, Sammy.
Also, the resolution now delineates that protocols that superintendents or designee adopt are going to be mindful that communication notification is trauma informed and based on what's best for the health and safety and the protection of the students and their families and staff as well. So every incident is unique, and we can't really mandate that through the resolution, but setting the goals of the safety and the well-being and trauma-informed communication was incorporated there to empower the superintendent to achieve those goals.
There's one more thing too I would mention, is we added surveillance into there as well, surveillance of families, since that is using current things instead of just going on campuses, school campuses, to get information or to get people. Was that what you were going to say, Judah, or was it? See,
No.
there was more.
Yeah, no, we did quite a bit on this.
Yeah.
We updated this quite a bit. It also necessitates a response procedure be drafted for schools for the entire school if a student is removed from the school.
Yes, that was something that was a huge shift, is a removal of a student from the district. Yes. Was there anything else? I'm trying to highlight them. There's quite a few changes. That's why I appreciate that 3 of us worked on this.
There were quite a few changes, and
I think those
we
are the
tweaked everything
highlights.
in every section, but the other ones I think are more significant. Language updates and the inclusion of any individual acting on behalf of any kind of immigration enforcement falls under this policy.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the first thing I said, was not just ICE. So those are really important things for the community to understand their rights and which kinds of enforcement might be in this vicinity, given where we are located. Okay, those were the highlights of the changes. Does anybody have any questions or comments from the board? Chris?
First of all, thank you. Like, wow, I was so impressed with what all that you did, and I just feel honored to be part of this. My question, and maybe this isn't the purpose of this document, but somewhere it needs to be addressed, is that, especially like in paragraph number 6, where it talks about when a parent or a caregiver is removed. I want to make sure that our students and our staff know that they'll be, like, we will assure them that they're going to be cared for and housed. And, like, I don't know, is that too specific or training or?
So we don't have that ability as a district to be mandating that. Like, obviously we want that. And so that's why the language is the way it is, that we're going to stay with them until someone is located. But we cannot assure as a right that be provided to students. We did talk about that to make sure we expanded that as much as we had the authority to. And I think we kind of pushed her a little bit towards the far edge on that.
So we can't even refer somebody to, like, an advocate or something that can make sure, like, I'm just thinking of a student whose parents have been removed. I want to make sure that they have housing.
Yeah.
And care, and I know that you all thought of that too, but I don't know if there's a place for that here.
I don't think there is, based on what we can do, and that happens anyways with students that are unhoused. Like, they get connected with resources, and so I think it would be similar with a little extra care. And also, I don't want to dive into the details of an operational piece of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And also, I would add one more thing, is a lot of families that are impacted in Corvallis. It's primarily Spanish-speaking and Arabic-speaking families that are impacted by this issue. In other areas in the country, it is other communities and these communities, and which is really sad. And a lot of families are working on that legal piece as they're able to, and that's not something I feel like we can put in a district resolution because it's not in our authority part, if that makes sense. I understand what you're saying, and
yeah, and I just worry that, like, I can picture a scenario where a student, has had this happen and is quiet because they're so afraid. And maybe it's partly setting it up in advance so that we're not saying we're going to house you, but if this happens, these are the opportunities, so that I just can imagine how afraid a person would be and wouldn't want to say anything. and yet, like, I want to set it up so that they know that they can do this to make sure that they have their basic needs.
Like, I 100% hear you, but the reality is, like, the extent of the school's actual authority, what can we actually do in this circumstance if there is an unaccompanied minor and they say, like, their parents have been removed and it's this horrible situation and they don't have a safe adult to come home to? The legal obligation of the school would be to call representatives of child welfare to then house them. It's a mandatory call. If you believe, like, there's not another solution, but we did lay out, like, trying to reach other guardians and people, that the information that we have, but we can't create that information for students. It exceeds our authority and scope.
So actually, 2 points to this. One, I did actually share with Kim earlier. There's a document that could be another option for any parent to consider. If the unfortunate circumstances occur, a parent may designate a person to be making decisions on behalf of the child if the parent is unavailable for a certain amount of time, and that could be signed proactively or can be signed while the parent is in custody or even out of the country, as long as being notarized. So there are avenues. Maybe to my colleague's point here in the whereas, it acknowledges that we are providing procedures and policies, and that could be part of future policies and procedures to stipulate what kind of role of incentives the district can provide within the boundaries of the law. Personally, I think encouraging parents to consider this very hard option of understanding who could have a custody over their kids if they can't maintain support for them. Otherwise, we're obligated to do what Judah have said, and they will be in the custody of the state. But there are avenues of support that we can develop. I would recommend that will be in the follow-up procedures or policies that this resolution acknowledges.
I agree, and I want to say that families that are undocumented and people who are targeted, like a lot of Native people in the United States are being targeted by this too, are doing this proactively already. And so I don't want to make assumptions that families in our district are any different. And that, did you have something, Ryan?
Yeah. So in instances where staff need to support our students, our staff goes to extraordinary lengths to care for our students, to stay way late, to make sure that they get transportation to where they need to go. In lots of instances, two staff transport students. We do everything we can to connect our kids with the services and the folks that they need. So while I understand what you're saying, Chris, and we have a long working relationship where we've been in those instances together, those things don't change, regardless of if it's written into this resolution or not. We're not going to stand aside and not care for the kids that we serve. And I know you know that, so it's not that, but
it was just in my mind that, a new family, not knowing what we have, available, not having all those connections yet, just making sure that it's all right there so that they know that there are some options.
Throughout this throughout this school year and last school year, Marcianne has worked with a number of staff in the district to make sure that our office staff have received updates and training almost monthly, I'd say, this fall and winter, because we want to make sure that people understand the protocols and are following them. And so I don't see that changing. So even if it's not the principal in the building, there's lots of people who
know the steps and processes to follow. So I feel confident in our ability to care for our kids, even our new ones.
Can we attend those meetings, that training? Board members?
Either that, or I could we could summarize it for you at an upcoming board meeting.
That'd be great.
Any other board member comments or questions? Shauna?
I just wanted to also extend gratitude to Sammy, Judah, and Lou for your leadership on this. And one question around, do we have capacity to translate this resolution into multiple languages? I know we don't typically do that, just as matter of course, but
Marcy Ann's thumbs
already,
up.
I see thumbs up that maybe that's already under consideration.
And
Thank you, so
also
that families can.
It's in the resolution to do that.
Thank you.
So that's, I'm guessing that Marcy Ann's and your team have been anticipating needing to do that, so, and Kelly, so that will, yeah. Yeah, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure people knew that it was like really intentional that was in there. Any other questions or comments?
Permission to extend.
Oh, the red light's on. Can we extend the conversation for 5 minutes? Thank you.
Chair, I want to bring you back to more than 10 years ago. Before I got involved in any public service, I was driving a car in the dead of the heat of around lunchtime, and there's a red light that stops me in an empty intersection where I was the only car, but also there were 2 children. One I would estimate is 6 years old, and another probably a sibling around 12 years old. The 6 years old was making all the funny faces in front of the window, and the 12 years old was insistent, and that I opened the window and going through persuasive statements that I need to open the window. My habit was to mirror the funny faces of the younger child, but I opened the window. And the plea was to, he was asking me for money, and I was like, no, I can't give you money. And I was still making those funny faces that the younger kid was doing. And the younger kid was just having really fun making those funny faces. But the older kid, 12 years old or 11, he was doing this probably every day, every hour of the day, asking for money because he needs food. And I tell him, I can't give you money. And that stopped him, and he paused. Why can't you? And I told him, because you should be in school. It's Wednesday, and it's around noon. It's so too hot here. You should be in school right now. And he stopped his persuasion that he was doing every day, and he told me something that's persuaded me for the work that I've been doing every day since then. And this resolution is to honor that kid. That's, I don't know where he is. I hope he's doing well. He told me with eyes so wet, if you give me the papers, I'll go to school. That was in a country far, far away where my family is. My brother texted me a few years after I was telling this story, because the red light turned green on me. That temporary red light turned green on me, and I had to move on. But that red light in front of that kid's future continued day in, day in. And my brother texted me the news when that country decided that undocumented students without status, now have the rights for education. It may have been too late for that kid for a very important period of his life. And since 1982, Plyler v. Doe Supreme Court case told us you have the obligation as a public school to honor the rights of kids to access education. That kid, if he lived in America, would have had that opportunity to get the access to education, would have had that green light. And what we're doing here is to honor that right, to honor that opportunity for every child, because we don't ask for documentation of status. You just need to live in the community to earn it. Even if you're homeless, you deserve to go to school. And it doesn't matter. But what really matters is our statements that we will do everything possible to make sure the child and their family feel safe, because the child is going to earn their right for education. This is why I'm voting yes on this resolution. This is why I want us to continue this work. This is why I want us to challenge ourselves to always do better. And I want to thank my colleagues, Chair White Bear and Director Judah Largents, for working on this, and for my colleagues on the board for considering to support this resolution. The work does not stop here. The work continues by us really sharing what this resolution means for the children and for the families, and make sure that they know the schools in Corvallis continue to be castles of hope, even in the hardest times. And the hardest times might be ahead of us, but Corvallis schools will continue to be those castles of hope for them to have a bright future beyond those hard times. Thank you.
Anybody else? Or
Just want to know if you'll entertain a motion.
I will, yes.
I move to adopt resolution number 26-0102, rights of undocumented students and protocols for federal immigration enforcement, including ICE, CBP, etc., interactions on district properties.
Second.
It's been moved by Therese and seconded by Bernie. Is there any further discussion?
Chair, do we need a full read-through for the record?
I will after.
Okay.
Yes. I will say before we take a vote is that protections like this actually save people's lives too, and create spaces where, as we heard from some of our public comment, where people feel that they have dignity and they should be respected in our district. Part of why I lost my nephew to suicide was because his dad was deported in Lincoln County, and I think about that all the time, and thinking about the students in our district whose parents may be in similar situations, that have been in similar situations in our district, and that weight that those kids carry. And I hope that these kind of actions by the board helps those students feel seen, regardless of their status. Maybe they're from a mixed status family like my nephew was, but I think about all the people who had to flee already this country too, from different backgrounds, and leave their children behind. And I hope that they feel seen by this resolution as well. And I appreciate everybody's trust again in this.
It was a tremendous privilege to work on this. And it's a privilege to be in a position to hope to provide additional protections to the to my neighbors, to my neighbors. So thank you for the opportunity.
I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote after I reread this. It has been moved by Therese and seconded by Bernie to adopt resolution number 26-0102, rights of undocumented students and protocols for federal immigration enforcement, ICE, CBP, etc., interactions on district properties. Sammy?
Aye.
Judah?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Shauna?
Aye.
Therese?
Aye.
Bernie?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Do we sign this after?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Thank you.
We did the last one. Yeah, we did.
Here? Okay.
Chair, would you mind reading the declaration aloud?
Yeah, that's what I was like. I'm going to read it aloud, but yeah, I was just checking for the next step, like if I flip it over and sign it. Thank you. I have not done a live one yet. Like a live resolution. Corvallis School District 509J, rights of undocumented students and protocols for federal immigration enforcement, ICE, CBP, etc., interactions on district properties, resolution number 26-0102. Whereas the Board of Directors of the Corvallis 509 School District is committed to the success and safety of each student who attends its schools, The district's purpose is for every student to grow and graduate prepared for life after high school. It is the responsibility of the district to give each student and their family the support to meet this endeavor. As such, the board adopted resolution number 161201 titled Rights of Undocumented Students and Protocols for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, Access to Schools in 2016. The board recognizes changes in federal immigration enforcement and is updating its resolution in response to these changes. And whereas since 1982, Supreme Court precedent Plyer versus Doe 457 U.S. 202 has required equal access to public education for all children, including those students who have undocumented immigration status or come from mixed immigration status families. And whereas Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, Customs and Border Protection, CBP, and any agency or individual acting on behalf of federal immigration enforcement or surveillance is hereinafter referred to as immigration enforcement in this declaration. And whereas the board believes that physical safety and emotional well-being are paramount to foster student success, therefore our school must be safe and inviting places for all students and their families. Policies already in place prohibit any form of discrimination, harassment, or bullying. The district's anti-discrimination policies have both federal civil rights law and Oregon law at their foundation. And whereas the board knows that a safe and inviting educational environment would be disrupted by the presence of immigration enforcement officials who might come onto district property for the purpose of removing or obtaining information about students, their families, and or their caregivers, the board further believes that all students' ability to succeed would be negatively impacted by the removal of students, their family members, and caregivers. And whereas the board understands that students with parents or caregivers removed are left without adults to care for them. Additionally, all students have the potential to be adversely impacted by these types of disruptions in their peers' lives, regardless of immigration status. Therefore, the district will keep and maintain updated policies and procedures to care for such students until a guardian or other designated adult is contacted, and all teachers, administrators, and staff should be trained on such procedures. And whereas the board recognizes the critical role of staff training in supporting students, therefore the district will maintain updated staff trainings on interacting with federal immigration enforcement and on the impacts of immigration enforcement on district students and families. Therefore, let it be resolved by the Board of Education of the Corvallis School District that any immigration enforcement official or their designee intending to enter onto Corvallis 509J property must first notify the superintendent or designee of this intention with appropriate legal documentation in person and with adequate notice for the superintendent to consult with legal counsel and take steps to provide for the emotional and physical safety of students and staff. Only the superintendent or their designee is authorized to ask for any immigration enforcement officer or their designee's credentials, ask why they are requesting access to district property or information, review the legal authority for the request, and grant or deny permissions for access following Oregon sanctuary laws. In compliance with Oregon sanctuary laws, any immigration enforcement official or their designee must provide written legal authority for entry onto any 509J district property. Such authority must document the purpose for such entry. Corvallis 509J staff and volunteers shall not ask about or document any student's immigration status or that of the student's family members or caregivers, and pursuant to the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, or FERPA, and relevant law, shall not disclose without parental consent the immigration status or other personal information about any student or their family. The superintendent shall maintain updated trainings, which are reviewed annually for training teachers, administrators, and other staff on how to respond to immigration enforcement personnel or their designees who may attempt to enter 509J property and or request information about 509J students and families. Subject to applicable laws, the plan shall include trauma-informed procedures for notifying families about generalized immigration enforcement efforts to gain information about students and families, how to support students whose family members or caregivers have been removed from the community because of immigration enforcement, and how to support school communities when a student has been removed due to immigration enforcement. Communications shall prioritize the safety and well-being of every student and their family members in making decisions regarding district notifications, center the educational success and well-being of students, and mitigate trauma and harm to students and their families in receiving such communication. Appropriate timeliness, scope of notification, and determination of recipients of communication shall be determined by the superintendent or their designee. This plan shall be shared with all 509J families in all supported languages, adopted by the Board of Directors of School District Number 509J, Corvallis of Benton and Lynn Counties, Oregon, at its meeting this 15th day of January 2026, signed by me, Louis White Bear, Board Chair, and attested by Ryan Noss, Superintendent. And I know it was asked if we can just take a short pause by one of our board members to think about all of the families that have been separated because of these efforts. If we can just take a moment in the lives lost. Thank you all for that time, and we have 2 agenda items left. Still have 2 agenda items left. I'm 100% sure somebody's going to pull something out of information. It is the consolidated information. Okay. Next item on the agenda is consolidated action. As a reminder, the items under this portion of the agenda are for action. Does anyone have any questions about anything in consolidated action? Therese?
I just would like to pull the minutes for a correction.
Which ones?
For December 11th.
Okay.
In the minutes under the discussion about motion 2, following the motion, discussion followed and included the following. It indicates that the chair made the statement about weighing unverified accounts. I think I'm actually the one who made that statement. And other people might have made it too, but I definitely know that I said it. That's it. I don't have anything else in a consolidated action.
Thanks for catching that, Therese. I wanted to say something about budget parameters. I just wanted to say thank you to Lauren for doing the revision. I can't remember the word right now. It went from shall to should. Yeah. So thanks for doing that. Anybody else with consolidated information? Action. Do I hear a motion?
Before I make a motion, point of clarification, would it please the board and the secretary that we table December 11th minutes for a later meeting? So, Chair, I move to table the December 11th, 2025 meeting minutes without objection for a later meeting.
Yeah. Is there a second? With
a second and then no objection.
Second by
I'll
Judith.
second.
Is there any objections?
Yes. I guess I don't understand why we need to table them as opposed to just amend them. Is there something more that you want to pull out for discussion in there, or?
Do we have to take special action to amend them, or do we just?
No, they usually just get amended.
Would you
like to pull your motion, or do we need to vote on it?
The objection fails it, actually.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty easy. The objection fails it. So,
yes.
Chair, I move to approve consolidated action, including the December. I've moved to approve the consolidated action as presented, and the December 11 meeting minutes.
No, it's too long, Sammy.
Okay.
Please.
One at a time.
No, it's
I can.
You have to write it out because I'm going to have to repeat it if you make it that long.
Shall I take? I can take a run at it. Sure.
Sorry, Sammy. I was like, you either have to write it down or, yeah.
I move to approve consolidated action with the amendment to December 11th minutes related to motion 2.
You still have to write it down. I'm not going to be able to recall that. Very good. Or I can say restate it. Okay. It's been moved by Therese.
I'll second that one too.
Okay. It's been moved by Therese and seconded by Judah.
To approve the minutes, to approve the consolidated action with the amendment to minutes from December 11th on motion 2.
Okay. Sammy.
Aye.
Judah.
Aye.
Chris.
Aye.
Shauna.
Aye.
Therese. Bernie.
Aye.
I vote aye. Okay, motion passes. Next item on the agenda is consolidated information. As a reminder, the items under this portion of the agenda are for discussion. Would anyone like to discuss an item in consolidated information? Shauna?
JECBB-AR, the resident transfer procedures.
I was going to pull that one too. Okay. Anybody else? Another?
JHCA, the immunization and concussions.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
I'm sorry, but I really need to ask about IGBHD, the Mahmoud case.
IGBHD?
Yes.
Okay. So we got 3 policies we're pulling. Any others? Okay. See, I told you all we should take a break. Okay. Let's start with IGBHD.
So, program exemptions is a policy since 1999. The Supreme Court recently in Mahmoud versus Taylor passed the right of parents to excuse their kids, which I acknowledge is the law of the land. Right now, it says the district may excuse students from a state-required program or learning activity for reasons of religion, disability, or other reasons deemed appropriate by district. And then there were additional requirements, which I understand those additional requirements may be in conflict with the determination of the Supreme Court's case. I don't want to challenge any of it, but I have really serious concerns about the last paragraph. Oh, I'm sorry. Now I understand. The last paragraph, the district will determine if credit will be granted for an alternative activity. Could you clarify the if? Like, is it like you could not have? Like, is it solid that we will try our best effort to offer an alternative? And what does the if mean here in the last paragraph?
We're not creating the alternative. The parents are. It is the determination of the district, and we would probably use district staff and SG&E to determine if that alternate activity would actually be aligned to credit earning things that would have happened in class.
So say we're doing sex ed and they say...
That one's always different. Like, I wouldn't use that one
different.
at all because that's
Okay.
a whole other law that says that anyone can do that.
So let's say a book about
Yeah.
a gay couple,
Yeah.
and they don't want to read that book. Then they provide an alternative book.
Right.
We have the discretion to decide if their alternative seeks credit.
If their alternative activity, because remember, it's not if they are opposed to the book, but not the skills that are being learned or the standards that are being addressed within the scope of using that text. If they say we're going to use this different text, but we're going to hit all of these standards in the curriculum, then we would decide as a district that is a credit bearing activity or not.
Do we do it after the fact or
No.
before they have to
Yes.
propose?
Yes.
And is there an AR for that? There is an AR. No, there's no AR for
No.
that.
There's not. But it's just really that paragraph there that says they have to include reasons for the request, a proposed alternative learning activity that substitutes for that time, and they have to file that with the principal, and then the principal would make those decisions probably in consultation with the district office.
Got it. Is this OSBA sample?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
I appreciate this policy that it's really specific, and it helps because there are rights of folk in the community for various reasons that they need to be excused from activity. So I appreciate that it gives a lot of guidance for that.
Yes.
Because it was really ambiguous before, and so I think that it's really helpful for families in that situation that would like to use this policy, that that it is very outlined for them, and it's geared towards the standard, like you're saying, not the content.
Right.
And so that's what's, I think, is the most helpful part of that. So since it's been pulled, I was thinking about that when I read this too, and so thanks for pulling it, Sammy. But
thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on IGBHD? Okay. JECBBAR. I did 2 B's, right? Yes. Okay. Okay. Shauna, you pulled that one?
Thank you so much for sharing this update to the resident transfer policy. And my question is around transportation. I know there's been a lot of conversation, okay, so maybe others too, around transportation, thinking about families affected by consolidation in particular, as well as other transfers. And right now, the language states that families are responsible for transportation. It does say some exceptions on a case-by-case basis, but I'm wondering if this is something that I also know that things are in the works in terms of transportation, and so just thinking about when there might be information that helps guide what would go in this policy, that helps really clarify where transportation will be offered, if there will be priority for transportation for families impacted by consolidation, who are transferring, and so on.
Can I ask a question that's related?
Yeah.
So this is probably going to be similar, but
okay.
You can probably answer them both at the same time. Is there a reason why students can't get on a bus? Just say they live across the street and they're on a boundary, and they ask for a transfer to a different school and it's on the way and they live by it, or their parents want to drive them to the bus because it's closer than the school?
We never stop students from doing that. Students currently do that. We even tell them where those stops are that are closer to their home, that are close enough to their home that they can get to that stop and then they can get to their school. That was going to be the first part of my answer to Shauna's question, is that this is talking about, this is talking about in general. If you can get yourself to a bus stop that takes you to your school, you can get on that bus and go to that school. But particularly the second level of your question about stops and routes and what's happening, that is something we're looking at coming out closer to March. We just need to know where the kids are, where they're going to go, and that's why we're doing the early transfer window, so we can see where kids are wanting to land, so we can make some decisions about not just teachers that need to go there, but also transportation.
So would some of that information ultimately change or have the potential to change what's in this policy right now, is my question.
I don't think so. When I look at the policy, and I didn't touch the transportation section that's on here when it says that, students are responsible for their own transportation. And that's all, kids have always done that, getting to a bus stop that's close by. If you wanted to change, that would be an addition to or a clarification of the transportation. Ryan's going to say something.
Oh, well, as I read it, I was thinking about that as the sort of the rule, and we're working to address implementation and exception as we think about the changes that have taken place through consolidation.
Okay, so just to clarify for community who may be listening or come back to it later, it sounds like likely no change in what's written in the policy. But that does not mean that there won't be transportation potentially provided for, let's say, families impacted by consolidation.
Yeah.
Moving forward, that would be announced at a later date when that's figured out.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
My question in this AR, that the schools close next year, is applicable for a year. So are we going to have to update this next year then?
I was hoping that language was more, we don't know what's coming next, and if something, if 5 years from now, I was trying to make it written in a way that it would be more useful. I didn't want to name schools in there. I tried to get away from that.
I figured you were trying not to name schools for specifically, so it's vague because it's a policy.
Yeah.
but it says whose current school will be closed for the next school year. I don't know if it needs to be more like if that happens, that kind of language, because it sounds like right now it's like schools closed.
So it would be more like Corvallis School District students whose current school will maybe closed.
I'm just trying to figure, because it sounds like it's like going to happen every year is how
Right.
it reads to me. Like will be is where,
Okay.
or should a school be closed for the next year or something
Okay,
along
something
those
like that.
lines.
Okay.
That way it's more vague and it's not.
So you're okay with the not naming the schools?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So making it more clear that we're not closing schools every year kind of
Yeah,
thing.
that's kind of how it came across a little bit because
Yeah.
it says will be. And
Got
so
it.
I was like, if this is only for next year, that was why I was asking,
Okay.
like, if we were going to bring it back and change it, but that makes sense. And I also wanted to reemphasize the lottery process has always like kind of been there.
Always.
And so for all schools, not
Right.
just one school. And so I appreciate that this one's coming up in general too for that reason. That was my other comment. Any other comments on JECBB? Chris and then Judah?
Oh, sorry, Judah. You go ahead, Chris.
I said
Thank
Chris,
you,
then
Go ahead,
Judah.
Chris.
We talked about considerations for Mountain View students who may not want to stay there for 7th and 8th, that they would have priority into. No, that's not going to make sense now. We talked about, they didn't want to stay at Mountain View, but they want to go to Corvallis Junior High, and that's not addressed in here.
I don't recall that part of it. I know we talked about not forcing students to go to a K-8 if they wanted to go to Corvallis Junior High. That was always available to them. I'm trying to think if that is going to be a barrier. I'm trying to think of numbers and what that might look like. So remembering that if they are currently 5th graders, they're going to continue into 6th grade at Mountain View.
Right.
If you are living in the Mountain View boundary and you are a current 6th or 7th grader, you are not forced to Mountain View. You may continue on your path at your junior high. Those students were attending Sheldon, so now they would be attending Corvallis Junior High. And if they were attending Sheldon, I'm going all the way around.
Yeah.
And if they were attending Sheldon, they're part of this number one on the priority if we create a wait list, if they want to go to Mountain View. But they are automatically being pointed towards Corvallis Junior High. They're not automatically being pointed to. It is 10:15.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was like, because you're not trying to name schools in the policy.
Right,
And so I'm
yeah.
trying to,
But their school's not closing, and I just want to make
Right.
sure they're protected in the sense that we said that if they don't want to stay at the middle school, stay at the K-8, that they can go to the junior high.
But they're not there yet, I guess am I not understanding the question? I
No,
don't think
you're
they're
right. They're not going to be there
there
yet
yet. Right.
until next year.
Right.
But I just want to make sure that we allow for that because we said that we would allow for them to go to Corvallis Junior High and they wouldn't have to stay at the K-8 if they didn't want to.
I guess I thought it was we wouldn't tell them you are students at Sheldon, but you live in the Mountain View boundary, so you have to go to Mountain View as a K-8. I thought we were saying that's not going to happen. So I don't see that playing out in a transfer policy. I see that playing out as right. They are accounted for. Sorry. She's processing it with me.
Because they're already accounted for in the Corvallis Junior High.
Yes.
And they're not a transfer if they're going to Mountain View if
No.
it's their boundary school.
Exactly.
So that they don't fall under the transfer policy.
True.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we say, and we do that a lot. If a student is in a boundary, they have a right to go to that school. These students that we're talking about for just a couple of years here are students who are in the Mountain View boundary, who are attending Sheldon, who are being displaced and sent to Corvallis Junior High. They can go to Corvallis Junior High. We're pointing them in that direction. If they choose to go to Mountain View, that's where letter A puts them in a priority.
Okay, so just to be clear, if they are currently a 7th grader at Sheldon, but
Yes.
live in the Mountain View
boundary,
they can go to either school. They can go
Yes.
to Corvallis Junior High, or they can go back to Mountain View.
They can. They
Okay.
will not. Yes, exactly.
I just want to make sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Judah.
I'm doing this first read, not second read.
Well, there's only one read. It's an AR.
Okay. Oh boy. I was concerned about the kids who would be kindergartners at Letitia Carson not being included in this policy for priority transfers. So to include the language, if the school that they would be attending next year is closing for next year.
Okay. So I would like to hear more about that. I'm looking at like what's the thought process here.
So in the language where it's talking about the priority,
Should your school be a school that is closing the next year, and you're saying you're extending that to kindergarten, incoming kinder, so but they're not CSD students yet,
That was what my thing was going to be.
Okay.
They're not in school yet, and it's prioritizing the students
who are in that school.
but how is there a mechanism to allow what would be incoming Letitia Carson kindergartners to access a priority transfer?
If you did that, you will have to put a time limit on it, 1 year only, because then it will be, what about, well, we were 3 years old in this boundary area, and we thought we were going to Letitia Carson too. So if we're going to do that, that would have to be a time limited thing that occurs, and because transfers are complicated enough as it is, and having to account for all of that. So I would ask if the board wants to do that, for there to please be a time limit.
I'm more on they already can request it. There's like a lot of transfer opportunities, and if they're not already going to the school, it doesn't feel like they've been. The whole point is the students who feel like their experience has been disrupted. They haven't had an experience yet. I understand like a family may have had a plan, but they're not in school yet, so they would get a new opportunity. But I get what you're saying from a family unit standpoint.
We made a lot of commitments to those Letitia Carson families when we closed that school.
I don't remember us making that one.
Not incoming kinders.
Well, not incoming, but talking about students at LC and wanting to include, there was this expectation. So to say, if we have next year's incoming kindergartners also included on the priority
The only
transfer
kindergartners
list.
we had included here were kindergarten siblings. So if you are a current Letitia Carson student and you are putting in for a transfer to the place where you would like to go, and your kindergarten sibling is kind of like a tag along. That was what I have in here, but
Yeah.
I'm.
And I appreciate that. So if you have an older kid,
Mm-hmm.
but I will defer to the board.
Oh, yeah.
Sammy, then Chris, then Therese.
I'll start with the easy one. Since this is an AR, it's the superintendents and designate to decide if they want to bring back another AR based on the feedback, or if this is going to be in effect at the end of the day. So just want to point out a typo. The proposal here was adopted 12/12/24. I think this is a carry on from the older AR. It was 12/12/25.
Yeah.
And older AR is 12/12/2024. Probably this should say today's date.
Not yet, not until it is revised and readopted. The last time it was revised and readopted was this time last year.
The website.
That is right, it's 2024. You're
24.
right. Mhm.
Yeah.
Got
So
it.
this was the typo
Got
for
it.
today's. Yeah.
Got it.
That being said, and this is where the board's policy decision making is important. I like to go into the weeds, and there is a policy of JECBB that's the board passed in 2020 that basically have 3 paragraphs. Superintendent approval may grant requests by a resident to attend another school. The second one saying ESSA law says if you're a victim of violent criminal offense, dangerous, we got to honor your requests, period. And then the superintendent will develop administrative regulations as necessary to implement this policy. So if you don't mind, Melissa, I'm going to rephrase your deferral to the board instead of saying, if this is the board's will, how we should go, I want to ask the board, is it the board's will to change the policy to be more prescriptive, and we start rowing the ship with more prescriptive policy, or do you want to stay in the lane of this is an AR, which is we're going to vet it, we're going to challenge it, we're going to give you questions, we're going to show you the blind spots. At the end of the day, truly, this is my personal position. If we decided in 2020, or if we decide again now, that the policy should stay the same, which is not this one, it's JECBB, and the AR is a delegation to the superintendents about how we implement the policy, then the details of the implementation of the policy needs to be on you. You need to justify it. You need to justify the temporary situation we're in, and justify the long term, and whether we need to create temporary ARs or long term based on our feedback. But I really want to make sure the buck stops with you if it is an AR, the buck stops with us if it is a policy. This is an AR.
We have consistently given heavy feedback on ARs, though, and so I think that's
why I'm
that's the
here.
intent
Yes.
of Melissa's. I don't think she's asking us to create the whole process. That's not how I'm hearing it, but I think
Okay.
what you're saying is important for the board to remember, though, that it is the AR.
Yeah, and I'll defer to the board. We need to
Yeah.
give really heavy feedback, but just not, the decision making is not ours in this situation, beyond the delegation and the oversight.
How I'm hearing Melissa's is because it was tied to the consolidation commitments. Is that?
Yeah.
That's how I was hearing what you're saying.
And you have all been in multiple conversations and
Yeah.
different times with lots of groups of people.
Sure.
And I have been sitting here. So I wanted to make sure that I'm hearing what it is that you've been committing to.
Somebody had next, right, Chris?
I have to agree with Judah. I think that we need to include upcoming kinders for another year or two, because I think that's what we said, is that, I mean, I can understand a family that has just moved to that boundary and now being surprised that their child's not going to go there, and that I just think it's really important that we include that.
I want to make it clear that this is not, Letitia Carson families and Sheldon families aren't getting into a school if there's not space.
Right.
This is the lottery process, which is when there are more applications for places at a school than there are spots available. And I don't know that until everyone makes their request and I see what spaces open up.
Sure.
So this is not a guarantee that a Letitia Carson family is going into the school that they want to go to. This is a guarantee that if there's a wait list for a spot, that Letitia Carson families and Sheldon families will be weighted, and they will be higher on the wait list to get into that, or higher on the lottery list, than to get into that
Yeah.
school. So I just want to make that really clear.
I do understand that, and I think we need to at least give a year incoming.
I just really don't remember us making that commitment to students who are not in the school, and I'm trying to remember when we had that conversation at the meetings.
There was a lot of commitments, like in general, to Letitia Carson families, and I'm thinking of the families with that expectation and to be.
You're not a Letitia Carson or a Lincoln or a Adams family until you have students in those schools, though. You're part of a neighborhood, and so that's, I think we just heard it different is also. I appreciate you explaining it differently. Thank you. Yeah. I think it's just how we hear the phrasing, because if you don't have kids in a school, you're not part of that school community yet. And so, like, if that's what you're saying, if somebody's 3, they're not a
CSD
Adams
student.
You're not an Adams family yet if you don't already have kids in Adams. I just want to use a different school because we need to be talking about all of them, right?
I didn't make personal commitments like that this is exactly what this board is going to do, but I had talked to parents who had expectations of very upcoming expectations of going to Letitia Carson. And for me to come in and say, like, we're not going to respect the impact to very recent upcoming families feels very disingenuous. And just to say, well, will give families another year to say, like, we have a year with this upcoming kindergartner class, and to allow those families to have priority on the wait list, and then people with younger kids can have more time to, they have more time period to be adjusting.
I don't have a problem with it at all. I'm just saying, like, our issue with, if we did do that, I'm just saying I don't remember us having that conversation as a board. And this is where the recommendation and decision happens here. We can't make promises as individual board members, as very outlined in our roles. And so I appreciate you saying we had lots of conversations, but those actually are not the decisions made. It's what in the conversations here are actually what happens, just as a reminder of like that governance piece. And so I just wanted to, but I'm okay with it. I'm just saying, like, I want to make sure like we're in agreement with it. I just don't remember it happening at this level. And so does that make sense?
The actual promises that we made are outlined in the resolution that this board passed. I've not made any personal promises. I'm thinking of the spirit of the commitments and what we were talking about
That makes sense.
in board discussion.
Makes sense. Sammy?
So first of all, I want to say I really support this. Students whose current school will be closed for the next school year, are at the top of the list. I support it. I feel it reduces the tension of the transition. I believe I agree with Judah's comment, which is what the motion said, and I believe it was a suggestion from Shauna. We, the majority of us, if not all of us, agreed on that element, I believe, which was the boundary review. If we do a boundary review, we should not do a double jeopardy on the transition and the students transition twice. And that's something we need to be very mindful when a boundary review happens. And I want to anchor the boundary review with this. Every time you do a transition, the longer you delay that transition, the longer the efficacy of that transition gets into fruition. Now, frankly, I don't know. Maybe we will be at recommended capacity, still not overcrowded, but at recommended capacity, so we're not going to trigger those. But if we trigger them, then that's great. They are at the top of the list. If we add another cohort of kindergarten students, I fear we're setting a precedent of another discussion for the boundary review for the same thing. And I want to go back in 2008. There was what they called the Franklin Compromise. Maybe you're more aware of it, where they said, you know what, we're doing boundary review, but if you're attending this school for the next, I can't remember exactly, but it was 5 or 6 years, you're not impacted. It's really diluted the impact of the boundary review at that year. And of course, it softened the transition. So really we need to balance between both, being very compassionate about the transition, making it easier, allowing people to move from one place to another, and honor the commitments that we made about the boundary, if I recall. But also adding the kindergarten cohorts will really prevent us from getting this to fruition, which is a stable operation with new school system. So I just want to caution of adding caveats that will take multiple years.
I think I have what I need. I understand.
Melissa, I have one more comment. Sorry. If you add the kindergartners in there,
incoming kindergartners,
incoming kindergartners, for the Letitia Carson former boundary area, our current this year for next year, that would apply to any school though. So they could want to go to Garfield. They could want to go to Catherine Jones Harrison. So we wouldn't be making assumptions on which schools families would request. And so that would be for whichever school they would be, if you added in like one more year of a cohort of kindergartners. I'm suggesting a time frame here as you asked. If we added one more year, if folk are cool with that, that would help with that buffer, but it wouldn't necessarily mean everybody's going to request the same school. And it would be just like any other transfer request, I would think, but the ask is to put a priority like we did with the other one, I think is what I'm hearing. Is that what, does that sound like what the discussion is?
Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to like wrap it up.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And also Therese has one more comment.
I think, though, that my comment may complicate this, but this comment about the kindergartners, that's going to make this relevant to only this event, which kind of negates the conversation earlier about not naming schools.
Right.
So I guess I'm wondering if this is even the right place to deal with this singular event. I'm not sure that it is, because now you cannot talk about incoming kindergartners without naming a school unless you want to leave it in there for all time or we're coming back and we're redoing this again next year. So I know that you got what you need from us in terms of feedback. And I think that maybe what we're really looking at is that this one document cannot do all of the things that we are asking you to do. And
can we put it on the transfer page? Like that piece of it, that commitment or something, like those parts of it where it's just applying, if it's a single.
Our families are very particular about transfers because we have a lot that do it, and I feel like they need an AR.
It needs to be in the AR.
So my challenge is to figure out a way to make it work in the AR, and I have some ideas.
I don't know. Is Shauna or Ryan first? I think Shauna.
Go ahead.
All right. So just a thought on that.
Okay.
On that statement that currently says Corvallis School District CSD students whose current school will be closed for the next school year, being listed as the top priority, in hearing all of the different thoughts that have come out, a change that stands out to me that might address all of this is within the first year following consolidation, Corvallis School District students and incoming kindergartners from an impacted neighborhood or whatever the language is there. Not only does that bring in impacted kindergartners from that year, you know, for 1 year within a consolidation process impacting a school and neighborhood, it also bumps up incoming kindergartners who are siblings.
Yeah.
Because right now, the next bullet is siblings, and that's really important. We want siblings and families to be able to stay together. And what this does, it also bumps up kindergartners who have who might just naturally fall into that sibling category. However, those may be higher on the list in terms of if their family is already going through that consolidation transfer shift because of consolidation. So it seems like it also kind of does double duty in terms of bringing them up in that list too.
Thank you.
Yeah, but just a thought. Thanks.
Ryan?
We'll bring it back next year anyhow.
That's true.
I mean, we brought this forward this year based on current context, and so I don't see why we would leave language that is no longer relevant. So we'll just, I think we just bring it back. So I think it's really good feedback, but I just want to make sure that we're not going to hold it forever.
Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you.
We also have one more.
Oh, good.
It's Chris.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
JHCA. Don't be sorry.
I don't do this very often. But I'm bringing this one up, JHCA, about concussions. And I'm bringing it up because a medical person did ask me based on a personal experience with their child. In this, it really just talks about athletic events, and a concussion can happen at any time, during the day at a school. And like it talks about not being allowed to participate in an athletic event or training on that day, when really if a child falls and hits her head, they shouldn't participate in PE or any kind of movement. I don't know when it says athletic.
If you go to the page 2, and it's in gray. Upon receipt of a written notification from a parent that a student has been diagnosed with a concussion or other brain injury, so that could happen anywhere, by a healthcare professional, and that accommodations are requested, the district shall follow procedures to make those accommodations. We read that as if that happens, my son, fell on his skateboard, he cracked his head. We bring in the diagnosis that there was a concussion. That information goes to our district nursing team, who are trained in writing health plans, and they would prepare a health plan that would have nothing to do with sports or everything to do with school or whatever the balance might be. So is that not what your person read in that paragraph?
I think that does cover it.
Okay.
But the other thing is, and I know somewhere in there it talked about training And I just want to reemphasize training for staff to understand the symptoms of concussion and the modifications or adaptations that would need to take place until the doctor, because
I know that those, I know that if that student presented with that information and a health plan was written, our district nurses would be training the staff, but you're asking about, can you see the signs that a concussion has happened? And so I would turn to our district nursing team about opportunities to train, just like they do with seizures, for example.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Therese?
So there are other limitations that are recommended when a concussion is suspected, and this only talks about participating in physical activities.
Okay.
Is that covered someplace else?
That would be covered in the health plan that the district nurses would provide.
Okay.
Prepare.
And do we have this policy says immunization, school sports participation, concussions, and other brain injuries?
Yes.
And so the policy doesn't seem to be about only school sports participation.
I don't think so. I think
Right.
it's about all of it, yeah.
So then in the language around concussions and other brain injuries, there's a very clear calling out of sports activities to be restricted, but there is not limited screen time. There is not, those are all, there's a ton of recommendations.
Right, yep.
So I think that needs to be in there. If
Okay.
we're going to call out sports activities, we would want to call out the other limitations
Okay.
that are recommended
Is
for
that kind of
concussions
more
as
along
well.
your line too? Okay. This is a policy, so this is just a first read, Judah. We can bring it back. I will bring it back.
Thank you.
And I will actually have the district nurses look at that information too.
I appreciate it's being updated for concussions and brain injuries. It's pretty scary when that happens. Okay. Next item on the agenda is board member comments. Is there any more board member comments about anything else? I actually had something too, so sorry. There's like 3 people. Judah and Shauna.
I was encouraged to follow up on my requests for the board to be more focused on disability rights and to potentially be looking at our group reading being around disability rights, and I am bringing that back up.
Do you have a recommendation?
The Future is Disabled. I'm forgetting the author.
I would love to read that. Is the board? Yeah, it sounds like.
And I already have a copy, Kim, so you don't need to.
Thanks, Kim. And we can check in about like when we can come back for a conversation on that read. That's what we've done before when we did group reads, is we'll have a short conversation about what we got out of it. Thanks, Judah, for bringing that back. Shauna?
Sure. I just had 2 little things that came up for me during public comment and listening to folks. One, Ryan, I think it requests to you. I know this is under operations, but the report on lead that was mentioned, if that's something that could be shared with the board so that we could have a deeper understanding of what's been learned and what's being done at the district level would be great.
Yeah.
And then the other was just in response to thinking about the request around PTAs and board engagement. And I know just from hearing around the community that there are efforts to bring PTA groups together to help support students across consolidation efforts as well as across schools. I know in the past the board has, or at least right now, we're sort of in our organization around that is that we'll go when invited, or board members can go when invited. And I know in the past there have been board members assigned to different schools or different ways of organizing board engagement and support. And just with the request that came with Amanda McBride's testimony tonight around thinking more holistically around how PTAs come together or how the district works together with PTAs, just wanted to bring that up as a point for further conversation and discussion.
Yeah, I like that idea too, to try to figure something out. I don't know what that would look like because but it sounds, especially if it's talking about district things that we might have authority over, like figuring out who that could be and everything. And okay. Any other folk before I say mine? Sammy?
So, Shauna, I concur with a couple of the things she said. I'm not going to repeat the request for the lead in the water reports and any clarification on it. PTA Oregon invited me to deliver a workshop around how to engage with boards, and would love to see if there's an opportunity that we can do something similar. Luhi and I did something, and you did something similar with NAACP. So if we could invite possible collaboration, I think that would be a first opportunity. Whatever is possible of collaboration, and whether Corvallis or regional, happy to share the same material I delivered with PTA Oregon. I think there is opportunities for engagements. I want to be also mindful of staff time and mindful of the board role and also staff role engaging with parents, because there is an expectation sometimes from community members that they can change decisions that are not board decisions, and clarifying that in a way that we need to engage on the board work here, and we need to engage on district work or educational curriculum application, whatever things at the appropriate level. And I think that's a really important delineation as we start this conversation, I believe. Ryan, you and your team are keeping the focus on the kids, keeping the focus on the transition to make it as graceful, as mindful. I know our teachers and classified staff are doing their best, and I understand there's lots of burnouts, lots of challenges in the classroom, and lots of optimism about the future. But definitely take care of yourselves and ensure that they are taking care of themselves in any possible way. And I think our mission as a board is to continue the focus on doing the same thing, focusing on the work. And I feel I'm encouraged by seeing today's diversity of topics that are aligned on that. Just want to highlight it. And finally, the community is really engaging in conversations around what's before kindergarten and how can we set up ourselves for success before kindergarten, whether it's childcare, early development. So a conversation around it with stakeholders and with community, and what can we do as a school districts, whether influence or things we can do, would be really appreciated on the long term.
Thanks, Sammy. I just wanted to remind board members that you can still sign up for those shared conversation corners that we got an email from the city about. I asked about that because I thought it was too late, and they said, no, you can still sign up for those. So I just wanted to let you all know that that's an option still if you're interested. And then I had a question about when we were getting information on the budgets and everything like that. I think we get information about transfers into the district too, don't we, in our budget stuff? Like when we've asked for numbers, like transfers in, transfers out.
Yeah.
Is there somewhere where we can find those in our old slides, I'm sure, from the recordings, right? Like if we wanted to look at them.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the easiest place to find that information.
I mean, like if board members
Can
wanted.
I think about it?
Yeah, you can think about it, but it would be nice if we knew where to look for that as those questions arise in the upcoming conversations, because they get asked every year. And so I want to be prepared ahead of time. And that was my only other question. Okay. And it is 10:45 with no further business. The meeting is adjourned. I want to remind the board that we can't keep doing this with going over this late, and also acknowledge that a big chunk of us going over, maybe not the entire time, but a big chunk of it was public comment. So just wanted to say we did make space for that, and we appreciate it when folk come in. Bye.